Have you ever felt like your mind just won't stop? Like it's running even when the world has gone quiet? Thoughts spinning, jumping from one problem to the next, never fully landing, never truly resting. That's mental chaos. And for most people, it doesn't turn off when they go to bed. It follows them into the night, disguised as overthinking, regret, anxiety, and scattered focus. They fall asleep restless and wake up just as drained. But what if you could train your mind to do the opposite? What if, while your body sleeps, your mind could begin untangling itself, breaking patterns, clearing space, restoring order where there was once disorder? This is where Stoic habits become essential, because the Stoics knew something we've forgotten. Clarity isn't random. Peace isn't passive. It's the result of discipline, mental habits built with purpose, repeated with intention, and refined every single day. For the next 4 hours, your mind will be immersed in those habits. Habits that helped emperors rule without losing themselves. Habits that allowed philosophers to face pain, loss, even death, with calm. This isn't surface-level advice. It's deep, lasting rewiring. Each principle you hear tonight is a small reset, breaking cycles of chaos, cutting through mental noise, and anchoring your thoughts to what actually matters. As you sleep, your subconscious will begin to learn what to hold on to, what to let go of, and how to tell the difference. You're not just listening, you're building new mental pathways. You're replacing emotional reaction with calm awareness. You're teaching your mind to move with clarity, not confusion. The chaos ends here. Because every time you return to these Stoic habits, the noise gets quieter, the thoughts get clearer, and your life begins to shift. And by the time you wake up, you won't just feel lighter, you'll be leading your mind instead of being led by it. Let's begin. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being constantly overlooked, even when you put forth your best effort? Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly attract attention, while others silently struggle to be noticed? Today, we are going to explore 9 powerful psychological strategies, all rooted in Stoic teachings that, once understood and applied, can elevate your influence and help you become a priority in any situation. If this is your first time on my channel, I ask for your support by subscribing and liking this video, as it helps me continue to create more content like this in the future. Among these strategies, there is one that stands out for its subtle yet profound impact, a tool that you may have unknowingly used yourself. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, you will not only gain a deeper understanding of human psychology, but also learn how to transform the dynamics in your encounters, even in ordinary, everyday situations. I encourage you to stay with me until the end of this journey, because each strategy, each piece of this puzzle, complements the next. If you miss any of these elements, you risk missing the complete picture that they form together. If you share my passion for personal growth, please take a moment to click on the notification bell and subscribe. This commitment is essential, as the strategies we discuss here should be seen as tools to understand human behavior and navigate the complexities of social interactions in an ethical manner. These techniques aim to increase influence and awareness, allowing you not only to comprehend the subtleties of the human mind, but also to use that understanding to guide your actions and shape your relationships with others. Now, are you ready to uncover what has been hidden in plain sight? Together, let's decipher the secrets and strategies that have been operating in the shadows, waiting to be illuminated by the power of understanding. The first strategy centers on mastering emotions. Every individual, regardless of age or background, is influenced by emotions to some extent. They shape our actions, reactions, and interactions. However, few people have truly learned to master the art of understanding and subtly influencing emotions, not just within themselves, but also in others. This mastery, once attained, can position you as an essential figure in any social setting. It's well known that people are naturally drawn to stability, particularly emotional stability, and Stoicism teaches us the value of remaining calm, composed, and rational in situations where others might falter. When you demonstrate the ability to stay steady in the face of adversity, you instantly stand out, like an anchor in a stormy sea. Others will naturally seek your guidance, placing you on a pedestal. However, remember that this is not about suppressing emotions, but about understanding and channeling them effectively. As Epictetus once said, "We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them." This is the essence of this strategy. By demonstrating control over your reactions, you inspire trust and confidence in others. You also gain the ability to subtly guide the emotions of those around you. If your calm words can soothe someone's anger, or if your empathetic sadness brings comfort to someone in pain, you become a lighthouse, drawing others to you. But this power is not a mere game. It is a responsibility that must be handled with care. There is a deeper level to this beyond simply radiating calmness. To truly excel, you must learn to read the emotional currents of any room, recognize unspoken feelings and respond to them. When you do this, you'll see how people become more receptive to you, not because you are manipulating them, but because you are genuinely understanding and connecting with their true essence. Now, with this understanding of emotions in your grasp, only one more strategy remains. Can you guess what it is? You might have been using it without even realizing it: the power of disengagement, or the ability to walk away when necessary. There is a subtle force in the act of moving away from a situation when it calls for it. This is not a sign of cowardice or indifference. It is a demonstration of self-worth and recognition of your own value. When you trust in your worth, stepping away from a situation becomes a choice, not a reaction. Many people associate attachment with care and commitment, but attachment can easily become a chain that keeps you bound to situations and people who do not appreciate you. Always being available, always giving, can diminish the value of what you offer. Others may begin to take your presence and contributions for granted. When this happens, the balance is disrupted and you risk becoming undervalued. It is not about playing hard to get, but about making yourself unforgettable. As Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has little, but he who yearns for more, who is truly poor." The willingness to step away from a situation is embracing the essence of this wisdom. It involves recognizing that there is power in self-respect and autonomy. When people sense that you are not bound by need or desperation, they start seeing you differently. They begin to understand that your time, your skills, or even your company is a privilege and not something they are entitled to. By mastering this strategy, you show the world that your presence is a gift, one that can be taken away at any moment. Paradoxically, by demonstrating that you can walk away, many will now desire you, seeing in that strength something rare. In a world where holding on is the norm, your detachment becomes your crown. Applying these strategies brings a host of benefits. When implemented correctly, they can elevate your influence, strengthen your relationships, and place you in a position where people not only prioritize you, but also genuinely value your company. However, it is important to be cautious. As Stoics, These tactics should serve as tools for influence when necessary, not as mechanisms for manipulation or attention-seeking. Authenticity and integrity are crucial in using these strategies. Without these, not only would the approach be ethically questionable, but it could also be counterproductive in the long run. Now let's consider the principle of reciprocity. Think about the last time a small gesture brightened your day, a surprise coffee from a colleague, a kind word from a friend, or an unexpected compliment. These seemingly trivial actions often leave a lasting impression because they touch on a powerful force in our human nature: reciprocity. This is the internal impulse that drives us to give back when someone shows us kindness beyond what is expected. Recognizing and harnessing this force can transform the way people perceive you and how they relate to you. As the philosopher Seneca once said, "While we teach, we learn." This perfectly captures the essence of reciprocity. By offering value, ideas, or even small favors without expecting anything in return, you sow seeds of goodwill. Over time, these seeds grow into relationships where people are inclined to support you, help you, and prioritize your needs. They may not even fully understand why they feel compelled to reciprocate, but there is an invisible bond created by genuine generosity. However, this strategy must be handled carefully. There is a fine line between genuine acts of kindness and manipulation. The key is sincerity. When you offer help or share knowledge selflessly, people will recognize your authenticity. When they sense that your intentions are genuine, the ties of reciprocity become stronger. On the other hand, if they detect hidden motives, trust is eroded and the connection will fade. As you reflect on this principle, be ready for the next strategy, which invites you to look inward, a place that is often overlooked but immensely powerful. Mastering persuasive storytelling is a strategy that many overlook. Have you ever struggled to express your point of view and wondered why some ideas stick in people's minds while others fade into obscurity despite their merit? The answer may be simpler than you think: storytelling. Before technology, before modern education, and even before written language, there was storytelling. From ancient bonfires to today's viral videos, stories have been the unseen force that shapes opinions, drives actions, and changes minds. Epictetus wisely pointed out that men are disturbed not by the things that happen to them, but by the way they perceive them. It all comes down to perception. When you frame your message within a story, you offer a lens through which others can interpret the situation, guiding their thoughts and reactions. The beauty of storytelling lies in its ability to make listeners feel as though they are part of the narrative. This evokes empathy and makes your perspective resonate on a personal level. For example, if you're trying to persuade a team to take on a challenging project, instead of listing facts and figures, you could tell a story about how pioneers faced similar obstacles and emerged victorious. By drawing parallels between their struggles and the current task, you show that while the road ahead may be difficult, the rewards, both tangible and intangible, are worth the effort. Suddenly, the project is no longer just another task. It becomes a noble pursuit, and who doesn't want to be the hero in their own story? However, the power of storytelling must be wielded with authenticity. People can tell when a narrative is contrived or when it's simply designed to manipulate. The goal is to find real, genuine connections and emotions. When authenticity is combined with the art of storytelling, it creates an unbeatable combination that ensures your voice is not just heard, but also remembered. But stories are just one piece of the puzzle. Our next strategy explores a principle so deeply embedded in human nature that it can open doors once thought closed. Now, let's discuss the importance of prioritizing yourself. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to command a room without saying a word? Their mere presence demands respect. This magnetism doesn't come from external factors, but from an internal belief in their own value. The cornerstone of influential power lies not in seeking validation from others, but in recognizing your own intrinsic worth. As Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not external events." Understanding this concept is the key to unlocking your inner strength. When you recognize and nurture your self-worth, you naturally project an aura of self-confidence. This is not about arrogance or an inflated ego, but a genuine appreciation for who you are, your strengths, and your potential. When you value and prioritize yourself, the world begins to reflect that feeling back to you. Self-confidence is not about being arrogant or having an inflated sense of ego. Rather, it is about genuinely valuing and appreciating oneself, recognizing one's strengths, potential, and worth. When you prioritize yourself and understand your inherent value, the world begins to reflect that inner belief. This self-assurance is not about being self-centered or dismissing others, but about achieving balance. Just like the principle of reciprocity, which thrives on genuine gestures of goodwill, true self-love emerges from sincere introspection and self-respect. By investing time and energy in your own well-being, whether through learning, self-care, or setting boundaries, you signal to the world that you are worth this investment. This, in turn, influences how those around you perceive and prioritize you. Prioritizing yourself, therefore, becomes a foundational pillar of power. While influence is a significant part of it, it is only a small piece of the broader psychological strategies at play. As we move forward, another technique that can help you master the emotional fluctuations of relationships comes into focus: transforming adversaries into allies. In a world filled with noise and constant attempts to be heard, the simple, powerful act of truly listening stands out. Every individual, regardless of their background or situation, has a deep need to be understood. In a noisy world, offering someone your undivided attention is not only an act of kindness, but a powerful strategy that differentiates you from others. As the ancient philosopher Epictetus wisely observed, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should listen twice as much as we speak." This maxim captures the essence of active listening. Many people simply wait for their turn to speak, but a skilled listener goes deeper, engaging with the words, emotions, and hidden intentions behind the speaker's message. By adopting this practice, you become a beacon of trust and respect in a sea of distractions. Offering a safe space for people to express themselves freely not only helps you understand their thoughts and desires, but also fosters an authentic connection. This connection positions you as someone others turn to for guidance and support, which, in turn, gives you significant influence over their lives. Listening authentically ensures that you are not just heard, but that your presence is valued and you are more often prioritized. Creating a sense of scarcity is another potent strategy rooted in human nature. Scarcity taps into an age-old instinct, the attraction to what is rare, elusive, and hard to attain. Just as a rare gem is more valuable than a common stone, people and experiences that are perceived as scarce are often held in higher regard. This doesn't mean playing games or being deceptive. Rather, it is about understanding the intrinsic human appeal of the uncommon. Imagine being in a meeting where everyone is eager to speak and be noticed, and then someone enters, makes a brief yet significant impression, and leaves soon after. The memory of this person lingers in people's minds, far more than the ones who stayed for the entire duration. By not being constantly available, you create an aura of importance around your presence. Every interaction becomes a valuable exchange, a moment that people will remember. Marcus Aurelius once remarked that, "Very little is needed for a happy life. It is all within you, in the way you think." This perspective embodies the concept of scarcity. When you recognize and value your own time, others are more likely to do the same. However, the key is balance. Being too scarce can backfire, just as being too available diminishes your value. The optimal approach is to be present when it counts, making those moments meaningful, and then retreating to focus on your own goals and well-being. Cultivating an air of mystery is another powerful tool in your arsenal. Human beings are naturally drawn to what is unknown, mysterious, and enigmatic. This universal curiosity can be transformed into an asset when you learn to maintain an element of mystery about yourself. It's not about being distant or aloof, but about strategically choosing what to reveal and when. There is a delicate balance between being engaging enough to capture others' attention and preserving just enough intrigue to keep them curious. Marcus Aurelius wisely noted that the goal of life is not to conform to the majority, but to avoid being among the foolish. In a world where oversharing is the norm, embracing a more reserved approach can help you stand out. People will pay attention when you speak and value your opinions more deeply. However, maintaining a sense of mystery does not imply dishonesty or manipulation. Authenticity remains key. It's not about fabricating stories, but rather about mastering the art of timing, revealing just enough to keep others intrigued without oversharing. As others become more curious about you, they naturally begin to prioritize your presence and ideas. This approach isn't just about surprising people, it's about recognizing the subtleties in human actions and strategically using them for your benefit. In essence, cultivating an air of mystery allows you to rise above the noise, becoming an intriguing enigma to those around you. When this strategy is combined with true authenticity, it elevates you to a place where you are not merely noticed, but truly valued. By making others look forward to your actions, you ensure that your presence leaves a lasting impact, and your influence endures long after you have departed from a room. Another effective strategy involves the use of strategic silence. You've likely been in a situation, whether it was a heated debate, a tough negotiation, or even a casual conversation, where the urge to speak up seems overwhelming. Yet sometimes, the most powerful tool you can wield is the choice to remain silent. While silence may be viewed as passive, it can actually be an active force that helps steer the conversation, assert your presence, and command genuine respect. Many people mistakenly believe that power is found in dominating the conversation, but it is often the observer, the one who carefully considers each word and listens attentively, who truly influences the course of events. It's not about being the loudest or the most attention-grabbing. Think of the power of a pause. When you hold back, leaving a gap in the conversation, others begin to feel uneasy or anxious, scrambling to fill the silence. In that moment, they often reveal more than they intended. This gives you the opportunity to respond from a place of wisdom and clarity, as the philosopher Epictetus wisely noted. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. By practicing restraint in your speech, you position yourself as the orchestrator of the dialogue, directing it with precision. However, strategic silence isn't just about listening. It's about knowing when to speak and how to harness the power of your words. Each word you utter carries weight, and you must choose carefully when to speak and when to remain silent, ensuring your words have maximum impact. Words are more than just tools of communication. They have the power to shape perceptions and even alter realities. That said, using silence as a tool requires skill and balance. If you use it too often, it can come across as distant or disengaged. The key is to strike the right balance between active listening and moments of silence, making sure your interactions remain authentic and meaningful. Now, imagine the immense possibilities when you combine strategic silence with another powerful strategy, one that guarantees you won't just be seen, but remembered. By combining these tactics thoughtfully, you position yourself as someone who has both influence and staying power. If you found this video insightful, be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Your support lets YouTube know that these kinds of videos are helping people like you, allowing us to create more content like this in the future. As we become increasingly exposed to the world, sharing our emotional wounds can feel necessary for healing, but it's essential to recognize that this openness can be misused. Sadly, there are individuals who may exploit such vulnerability to inflict emotional harm. While not everyone behaves this way, it is a harsh reality that some people derive a twisted sense of satisfaction from observing the suffering of others, or worse, from actively contributing to it. This cruel dynamic is often intensified by envy, a feeling that unfortunately is not rare. Envy can manifest in numerous aspects of life, in professional settings, within groups of friends, and even inside our own family circles. If this is your first time on my channel, I'd greatly appreciate your support. Please subscribe and like this video so I can continue making content like this in the future. Learning to guard your emotional vulnerabilities can serve as a powerful tool for resilience. Picture yourself as a tree standing tall in the heart of a fierce storm. The leaves may flutter wildly and the branches may bend under pressure, but the trunk remains firmly planted, deeply rooted in the earth. This image represents the quiet strength we aim to cultivate, the ability to stay grounded and steady amid life's chaos and hardship. We will guide you through how to further solidify this inner resilience, demonstrating how to project a sense of calm and control even when life feels turbulent, either from external forces or inner struggles. Each trial you face becomes an opportunity for personal development, drawing inspiration from the tree that may sway but never breaks under the weight of the storm. This journey isn't about pretending the storm doesn't exist. It's about choosing not to let it defeat you. With this mindset, you become the architect of your own fate, maintaining composure and confidence even in times of disorder. In this video, we're going to explore 18 Stoic principles inspired by the renowned philosopher Epictetus, whose wisdom has endured the test of time. I invite you to join us on this journey of self-discovery, where you'll learn that real strength isn't in the thunder's roar, but in the calm light that guides us through darkness. So, I encourage you to stay with me over the next few minutes. Set aside your daily distractions and immerse yourself fully in this valuable learning experience. Let's begin. The first principle invites us to listen twice as much as we speak. This concept prompts us to reflect on a fascinating detail of our human nature. We have 2 ears and only 1 mouth. In Epicurus's teachings, this isn't seen as a mere coincidence, but rather a meaningful reminder that listening should be prioritized over speaking. The reason for this is simple. Through attentive listening, we open ourselves to new knowledge and deeper understanding. Listening broadens our perspective of the world and helps us build bridges with those around us. Epicurus urges us not to become enamored with our own voice, but instead to value the insights, experiences, and thoughts of others. In essence, real growth and progress are made when we absorb and reflect upon the wisdom that others share with us. With this in mind, we are encouraged to shift our focus, to listen with empathy, humility, and openness. Doing so creates space for more enriching conversations and a deeper grasp of the world we live in. The second principle asks us to prepare for failure. Failure, often feared and avoided, is actually a necessary part of any journey towards success. In our pursuit of goals and accomplishments, many of us try to steer clear of mistakes at all costs. Yet Epicurus viewed failure not as a setback, but as a priceless opportunity for learning and self-improvement. Rather than fearing embarrassment or judgment when we stumble, we should welcome failure as a step forward. This way of thinking challenges traditional views of success. It reveals that success isn't something that suddenly happens. It's a process of learning and growth. Epicurus encourages us to embrace our errors, seeing them as a way to refine our abilities and inch closer to excellence. Through trial and error, we enhance our strengths, overcome barriers, and make continuous progress toward both our personal and professional goals. The third principle dives into the roots of anxiety, specifically the tendency to always expect the worst. This mindset often leads to overwhelming stress, as we constantly brace ourselves for disasters that may never come. We worry excessively about the future, fearing that our loved ones will let us down, that we'll face financial hardship, or that unexpected crises will arise. Epicurus offers a radical and practical approach to this emotional trap. He invites us to shift our perspective entirely. Instead of letting anxiety consume us, he challenges us to recognize that many of the things we dread have already happened, or are far less threatening than we imagine. While this may initially seem disorienting, it's a powerful mental shift. It helps us reclaim our peace of mind by reminding us that fear often lives more in our imagination than in reality. When we operate from the belief that the worst has already happened, we become more psychologically prepared to confront whatever challenges may arise. This shift in perception nurtures a kind of resilience that empowers us to face the future with a calmer and more assured outlook. Remaining mindful of the dangers associated with fortune is essential. While the pursuit of wealth is a common desire shared by many, few recognize the subtle yet significant risks that come with it. It's not just about how money can attract people with questionable intentions, those who may only pretend to be friends because they see prosperity. The deeper issue lies in how financial gain can alter not only the perceptions of those around us, but also our own sense of morality. Money, once attained, possesses a power to transform people, and that transformation isn't always for the better. With wealth may come the unintended consequence of compromising our values or straying from the path of integrity. In times of material abundance, we must be vigilant, lest we lose our way and fall victim to pride, vanity, or detachment from what truly matters. Holding on to a single hope can also be a source of emotional fragility. As human beings, we have the remarkable capacity to dream and pursue many different goals. Placing all our hopes in just one aspiration is inherently risky. If that one objective fails to come to fruition, the emotional toll can be devastating. Epictetus advises against this kind of one-dimensional investment in hope. Instead, he suggests that we should broaden our horizons by embracing multiple goals. By walking several paths toward fulfillment, we expand our chances of success and build the emotional flexibility to adapt when life doesn't go as planned. This diversified approach to dreams fosters resilience and allows us to find joy and meaning in various areas of our lives, rather than being crushed by a single disappointment. True wealth, according to the Stoic teachings of Epictetus, lies not in what one possesses, but in a spirit that is content. Epictetus once said that wisdom belongs to the person who does not grieve over what they lack, but instead finds joy in what they already have. This idea is more than just a poetic thought. It's a practical lesson about gratitude. Rather than wasting our time and emotional energy lamenting what we don't yet possess, we would be far better served by appreciating what is already ours. While we may overlook our blessings, choosing instead to focus on what's missing, we lose countless precious moments that could have been filled with gratitude and peace. A truly wealthy person in this view is first and foremost a genuinely happy one. Always bearing in mind that death lies at the end of the road is not meant to throw us into despair. Rather, it serves as a powerful invitation to reflect on the finite nature of life itself. Death is the one certainty that awaits us all, the final destination regardless of how we've lived. By staying aware of this universal truth, we're encouraged to treasure the limited time we have. This realization compels us to reassess our priorities and question the wisdom of spending decades amassing material possessions that we cannot take with us. When we adopt this perspective, our focus shifts toward creating meaningful experiences and nurturing deep relationships instead of merely acquiring things. Furthermore, by internalizing these timeless principles, we can develop a more profound appreciation for the present moment, living each day with sincerity, purpose, and a sense of fulfillment. Humility is another vital component that should be integrated into our lives. If we truly want to grow and learn, we must first accept that we do not know everything. Epictetus, with one of his insightful phrases, reminds us that genuine learning only happens when we admit that we are not already in possession of the knowledge we seek. When we discard pride and approach learning with openness, we begin to see the world through the fresh eyes of a child, full of curiosity and awe. This humble mindset not only enhances our capacity for acquiring knowledge, but also strengthens our human connections. By fostering empathy and receptiveness to diverse perspectives, humility enriches both our intellectual and emotional lives. Taking responsibility for your actions is equally important. It's interesting how we instinctively recoil when someone sneezes near us, driven by an immediate fear of infection. Yet we don't exercise the same caution when it comes to a much more harmful contagion, one that spreads through irresponsibility and the refusal to own our mistakes. True self-awareness begins with the willingness to recognize and accept accountability for our choices and behaviors. Only by doing so can we begin to foster personal growth and protect others from the ripple effects of our unacknowledged actions. He advised us to be selective with the people we allow into our lives. Surrounding ourselves with individuals who uplift, motivate, and inspire us to be our best can have a profound effect on our emotional well-being. People's behavior significantly influences our mood. While some individuals drain us of energy and darken our days, others infuse us with vitality and joy. For this reason, One of the most intelligent choices we can make is to align ourselves with those who radiate positivity and distance ourselves from those whose presence makes us question our own worth or even our existence. Guilt, in this regard, is akin to a plague. It is a toxic weight that many carry needlessly. Ordinary people tend to shift blame onto others, while some internalize it and blame themselves. However, the wise see guilt for what it truly is, an unproductive and misleading emotion. Epicurus's insight into guilt has proven so profound that even modern therapists now advocate for its eradication from our lives. The only effective way to defeat guilt is by refusing to engage with it. But this is not a simple task. When we assign blame, whether to others or to ourselves, we inadvertently distance ourselves from the opportunity to correct the error and take responsibility. Blame is a tempting path of avoidance, but only those with strong inner resolve and a genuine commitment to self-improvement can resist its allure, and instead choose accountability and growth. It is equally vital to understand that our reactions shape the course of our lives. We cannot afford to underestimate the power of our emotional responses, as they are the very foundation of our success or failure. Epicurus made it clear. While we cannot always control what happens to us, we can absolutely control how we respond to those events. Misfortune does not discriminate. It can befall anyone. But what defines us is how we act from the moment adversity strikes. For some, a difficult event such as a divorce might lead to despair and a sense of victimhood. But through the lens of Epicurean wisdom, it can also be seen as a new beginning, a chance for self-reflection and growth. Your life is not shaped by what happens to you, but by what you choose to do in response to those events. Fulfilling one's duty is an unshakable principle. Each of us has a purpose within the broader fabric of society and nature. The sun rises every day, not because it is praised or summoned, but simply because it must. In the same way, every element in nature fulfills its role without expecting acknowledgement or applause. We must approach our responsibilities with this same unwavering dedication. If we only perform our duties in hopes of recognition or validation, then we are failing not just those who depend on us, but also ourselves. Understanding our role and the interconnectedness of life, we must act with moral conviction, driven not by the desire for reward, but by the awareness of our impact on others. Taking control of your life also means refusing to surrender your emotional state to others. When you allow someone else's comments or behavior to anger you, you hand over the reins of your life to them. That person, by provoking you, becomes your master, but only because you allowed it. Epicurus reminds us that within us are numerous internal switches. Some lead us toward joy and fulfillment, while others drive us into emotional ruin. Unfortunately, when we give in to anger, we are activating the latter. The solution lies in raising an internal barrier that shields us from being affected by others' attitudes. Everyone is ultimately responsible for their words and actions, just as we are responsible for our reactions. Choosing simplicity is another profound teaching. Why live simply when we have access to luxury and abundance? The answer is surprisingly straightforward. Wealth demands effort, energy, and constant attention to maintain. It brings with it a burdensome system of deadlines, bills, debts, and obligations. But when we adopt a simpler way of life, we free ourselves from these constraints. We no longer exist under the pressure of material upkeep and can instead enjoy peace and presence. A simple life is not a life of lack. It is a life of deliberate abundance, one that is rich in freedom and clarity. We are also advised not to waste our energy on those who hate or criticize us. Ignore them. You are far greater than those who choose to bring others down through scorn or judgment. Such people do not deserve your attention or your thoughts. They do not merit a place in your emotional space. Epictetus teaches us not to fear those who wish us harm. Their noise is nothing more than a desperate, pitiful attempt to disrupt your peace. Let it pass. Be immune to it. Walk away with your dignity intact. Above all material gain, true friendship stands as the greatest wealth. Friends who are genuine and loyal provide a richness that no amount of money can buy. They are the ones who will stand by us when fortunes fade, when the spotlight dims, and when success gives way to struggle. In a world obsessed with accumulation and status, we are reminded that the most valuable treasures are the people who choose to walk beside us, not because of what we have, but because of who we are. Too often, we fail to recognize the profound value and significance of genuine human relationships. Authentic friendships are not based on convenience or superficial interests, but on unwavering support, those comforting presences that lift us in our hardest moments and celebrate with us in times of joy, expecting nothing in return. They are a sanctuary when life gets overwhelming, a guiding light in the darkness, and a firm pillar during life's most turbulent storms. Investing in authentic friendships is one of the most valuable and enduring commitments we can make. When we nurture and care for these relationships, we build an emotional wealth far greater than anything money can buy. This emotional connection offers understanding, companionship, and a sense of belonging that no material possession could ever replace. Therefore, make it a priority to nurture and grow these bonds of friendship. In doing so, you'll be making a wise investment in relationships that endure, regardless of the rise and fall of material fortune. Stop worrying about what lies beyond your control. You may govern your opinions, but not the way others perceive you. You can chase dreams and exert effort in the pursuit of success, but the outcome, the wealth, the recognition, the results, is not always within your grasp. To spend time and energy worrying or growing bitter over circumstances we cannot influence is to make a choice that ultimately robs us of peace. Epictetus urges us to focus our energy on nurturing those inner values that we actually have the power to shape, while also learning to let go of what is beyond us. It becomes our responsibility not just to try to control outcomes, but to release them, allowing fate to unfold in its own way. No matter the situation, always make the effort to extract something good from it. Whatever happens to you, you still hold the power to decide how you respond. That is not merely an option, it is your duty. These may not be Epicurus's direct words, but they carry his essence. It's not about hoping to find the good in adversity, it's about making a conscious effort to bring it forth. So long as intelligence and awareness reside in you, you have the capacity to recognize the potential benefits hidden within every situation. Picture this. You arrive at work one day only to be informed you're being let go. Rather than falling into despair or assuming the universe is plotting against you, you could see this as the perfect opportunity to finally embark on that venture you've long dreamed about. For too long, you may have been surrounded by colleagues who didn't uplift you or resonate with your spirit. Now, the door has opened for something better. Always strive to discover something valuable in your circumstances. These small but consistent choices, repeated throughout your life, will carry you further than any amount of regret or self-pity ever could. Not only are such attitudes vital for personal development, they are immensely helpful in daily life. The principles of Stoic philosophy offer us tools to face challenges with grace and inner strength. Stoicism does not cater to fantasy or wishful thinking. It invites us to apply wisdom, face reality with clarity, and move forward with courage and intention. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. That way, YouTube will understand that content like this benefits people like you, and we can continue producing more videos with similar inspiration in the future. Have you ever been weighed down by emotional attachment, feeling stuck in a loop that seems impossible to escape? You're not alone. Many people struggle with the pain of letting go, often feeling helpless and emotionally trapped. But here's the good news. Transformation is not only possible, it's within your grasp. Drawing from the ageless teachings of Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, this video will share 10 powerful Stoic principles that can help you emotionally detach from someone. Why is detachment such a profound experience? Seneca once said, "He who is brave is free." Detachment isn't about becoming numb or uncaring. It's about discovering inner strength and clarity. In this video, we'll uncover timeless Stoic insights that can lead you toward emotional freedom. As you integrate these habits into your daily life, you'll find practical and healthy ways to loosen the emotional hold others have on you, allowing you to regain your peace and focus on what truly matters. Picture this: breaking free from the mental chains that keep you stuck and stepping into a space of renewed clarity and strength. Stoicism offers you the wisdom to manage your emotions with resilience and depth. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. These teachings will guide you to place your inner peace above all external circumstances. Are you ready to liberate yourself from the grip of emotional attachment and step into a path of personal evolution? If so, this video is made for you. We will walk you through 10 Stoic habits that can shift your entire approach to emotional detachment. Let's begin by asking a simple yet powerful question. What truly holds lasting value in our lives, if not the serenity of our minds? Join us on this journey toward a Stoic mindset that fosters freedom and emotional clarity. If you find this video meaningful and helpful, please hit the subscribe button and become part of our growing community. We also welcome your thoughts. Feel free to leave a comment below. If you're unsure of what to say, just write, "Emotional freedom starts now." Let's take this journey of emotional liberation together. The first principle is the power of detachment. Have you ever felt like your emotions were being manipulated, as if someone else had control over them? Have you noticed how much influence you've handed to others simply because of emotional bonds? This is where understanding the power of detachment begins. Detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you start living in a way where your inner peace and happiness aren't ruled by what happens outside of you. Why is detachment so powerful? Think about the wisdom of Epictetus, who said, "We suffer not from the events in our lives, but from our judgment about them." Detachment is about taking back your personal power. It's recognizing that while you can't control what life throws at you, you can absolutely control how you respond. When we hold on too tightly to people or circumstances, we give them control over our emotional state. It's like handing over the remote control of your emotions to someone else, letting them flip through your moods as they wish. Their words, actions, or absence can govern your happiness, your sadness, even your major life decisions. Detachment is the act of reclaiming that remote, deciding for yourself what emotional channels you want to tune into. Visualize your emotions as a kite, with every string tied to something or someone. The more strings you're holding onto, or the tighter you grip one, the more you're at the mercy of shifting winds. Stoicism teaches us to loosen that grip, to recognize that while we can't direct the wind, we can choose which strings are worth holding. This doesn't make you unfeeling, it makes you stable and resilient. To begin practicing this, first identify the people or situations you are overly attached to. Then ask yourself, why? Are you seeking validation? Are you afraid of being alone? Do you fear loss or failure? By uncovering the root cause of your attachment, you start to loosen its hold. Next, invest time in activities that bring you personal joy and a sense of purpose. When you focus on what you can control, your actions, your thoughts, your growth, you become anchored in your own strength and inner values. As you cultivate detachment, you start to see life with fresh eyes. You realize that your worth doesn't depend on others or external outcomes. It's something intrinsic, unwavering. This understanding fuels a newfound confidence and clarity, helping you break free from the emotional chains of attachment. Remember Seneca's words, "He who is brave is free." Practicing detachment isn't about retreating from life. It's about engaging with it more fully, with calm awareness and a heart that is steady and strong. The second principle is understanding attachment. Have you ever asked yourself why we hold so tightly to certain people or situations, even when they bring us pain? What compels us to cling to things that clearly hurt us? The answer lies in understanding what attachment really is and how it operates. Attachment stems from the ego. As Epictetus wisely noted, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. This captures the essence of attachment. It's fueled by desire and perceived need. When we form emotional attachments, we often do so to fill an inner void, to feel validated, secure, or significant, and we mistakenly look for these feelings in external sources. Think of a newborn child, radiating joy and free from the complexities of ego. As we grow, ego begins to dominate our thoughts and decisions, cluttering our lives with unnecessary attachments. Whether it's people, material things, or ideals, these attachments fog our judgment and keep us from living with clarity and love. Have you ever felt that your happiness depends on someone else's approval or presence? That's a sign of attachment rooted in ego. To break free, you first have to see these attachments clearly for what they are: ego-driven attempts to satisfy fear or insecurity. Ask yourself, why am I holding on to this person or outcome so tightly? What underlying fear or longing is behind it? When you begin to explore these questions honestly, you start to untangle yourself from the grip of attachment. Now imagine living from a place of love instead of ego. What if you could trust in life's flow and believe that what's meant for you will find its way? This shift in perspective is transformational. It allows you to recognize your own worth and strength, regardless of who stays or goes in your life. As you view your desires through this lens, you'll realize how much unnecessary weight they carry and how light you feel without them. Believing in the abundance of life is essential. When you release your fear of losing something, life often gives you back more than what you let go of. Detachment doesn't mean caring less. It means understanding more. It's about staying aligned with your core self, and choosing love over fear. This journey of detachment is deeply transformative. It's not about escaping your emotions, but about peeling away the ego's layers to reveal a soul rooted in love and peace. It's about moving forward with grace and openness, ready to receive life's gifts with a strong heart and unburdened spirit. When you prioritize your inner calm over the need for external approval, you unlock a life rich in freedom, clarity, and fulfillment. The third principle is recognizing the illusion of control. Have you ever believed that your happiness was tied to someone else's actions or opinions? Do you sometimes think that if you just try hard enough, you can shape the outcome of your relationships and emotions? This is a common trap, the illusion that we have control over what is, in reality, outside our hands. Letting go of this illusion is essential for emotional detachment and inner peace. Our ego plays a clever trick. It convinces us that we can steer outside events and manipulate how others see or treat us. But this illusion makes us emotionally dependent, constantly seeking reassurance and clinging to external validation. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This Stoic truth shifts the focus back to what truly matters, your own response. When we fall into the illusion of control, we begin to idolize others. We place them on pedestals, mistakenly thinking our self-worth hinges on their attention or approval. This distorted view of reality can lead us to feel inferior, like we're reaching for something just out of our grasp. But when we strip away that illusion, we realize everyone is just as human, just as vulnerable. No one holds the secret to your value or happiness. To break free, begin by acknowledging that much of what you think you can control, especially other people's behavior or feelings, isn't actually yours to command. This truth may feel uncomfortable at first, but it's also freeing. By accepting that you can't dictate the actions of others, you can finally turn your energy inward toward what you can shape, your mindset, your reactions, your growth. Instead of needing others to validate your worth, practice self-affirmation. Reflect on your strengths, your values, your uniqueness. Remind yourself regularly that your worth isn't defined by anyone else's approval. This mindset isn't arrogance, it's resilience. And it's exactly what Stoicism teaches, the strength to stand on your own inner foundation, no matter the chaos around you. It's essential to understand that your worth is not dependent on how others see you. This mindset reflects a powerful teaching from Marcus Aurelius. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Embracing an abundance mindset is another transformative approach. Recognize that the universe is vast and overflowing with love, success, and happiness. There is enough for everyone. When we release the fear of losing a specific person or outcome, we open ourselves to a world full of new opportunities and meaningful experiences. In the context of relationships, this awareness allows us to love without clinging or desperation. We become capable of appreciating others deeply while holding on to our own self-worth and independence. It's important to remember that practicing emotional detachment does not mean becoming cold or indifferent. It's about understanding that you are whole and complete, even without someone else's presence in your life. By internalizing this Stoic perspective, you gain emotional strength that equips you to face life's unpredictability with grace and calm. Let go of the illusion that you can control everything and embrace the freeing truth. True power resides within your own mind. Have you ever found yourself holding on to a relationship or past experience so tightly that it causes pain, yet you're too afraid to let go? This is a common struggle, clinging out of fear, wondering what might happen if you release your grip. But what if letting go led to something far better? Let's explore how to bring detachment into real-life practice using Stoic philosophy as our guide. Epictetus once said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." This wisdom applies beautifully to our emotional lives. Are you ready to stop clinging to the past and create space for something new? Picture yourself holding onto a rope with all your strength, your hands aching, your grip trembling. You're terrified to let go because you don't know what awaits you. But the reality is that releasing the rope doesn't mean falling. It often means you're finally free to reach for something more fulfilling. I personally learned this lesson the hard way. I stayed in a comfortable relationship simply because it felt safe. I didn't realize I was closing the door to new and possibly greater happiness that was already seeking me out. How often have you done the same, holding on to familiarity while fearing the unknown? Another truth worth facing is that the fear of missing out, FOMO, is a trap. It's like watching everyone's highlight reel on social media and thinking you're somehow falling behind. But what we see online is curated, filtered, and rarely reflects real life. When I stopped obsessing over others' stories and started living my own, the grip of FOMO faded. Do you catch yourself comparing your life to others? It's time to break that cycle. You don't need to know every detail of someone else's journey to feel whole. In fact, your most meaningful moments are created when you're fully present in your own life. Chasing an illusion of happiness, often based on others' projected images, can make detachment seem impossible. You see their polished lives and worry that you're falling short. But remember, the grass looks greener from a distance. When you get closer, you'll notice it has its own share of brown spots. The illusion of perfection robs you of joy and keeps you on a treadmill, running toward a hologram that can never be caught. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on happiness. It's about defining happiness on your own terms. Following the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, your actions, your inner growth, is a way to reclaim your power. No past relationship, external opinion, or filtered image should determine your sense of self-worth or happiness. This awareness becomes your armor, enabling you to move forward with clarity and freedom, open to meaningful connections and new possibilities. Letting go is not the end. It's a courageous step toward the life you were always meant to live. Have you ever wondered why lasting happiness often feels just out of reach, always tied to other people or external events? What if true sustainable joy begins and ends with you, independent of any outside influence? Here, we explore how Stoic philosophy paves a path toward genuine happiness through emotional detachment. Ask yourself, where does real value come from? This question has the power to shift our focus away from unhealthy attachments and toward emotional liberation. As Epictetus wisely observed, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. This profound insight invites us to seek fulfillment from within rather than chasing it in the external world. This perspective is especially helpful when we're struggling to let go of someone emotionally. It's not about distancing ourselves with bitterness or indifference. It's about recognizing that the most meaningful and enduring relationship we will ever have is the one we have with ourselves. True value doesn't depend on another person's approval. It comes from your character, your wisdom, and how you treat others. So often, we trap ourselves in the belief that our happiness hinges on another person's presence, that their validation lifts us and their absence diminishes us. But this mindset enslaves us, reducing our emotional power to the unpredictable tides of someone else's choices. It's like a bird believing it needs permission to fly, when in truth, the sky has always been wide open, waiting for it to soar. This is the freedom of self-reliance. It teaches us that our value remains constant, regardless of someone else's actions or opinions. Detachment, then, is not about pushing people away. It's about moving closer to your truest self. By investing in personal growth and striving to be your best self, you free yourself from the chains of neediness. Think of your life like a garden. You don't beg a single flower to bloom. You tend the soil, water the plants, and trust that what's meant to flourish will. In the same way, when you focus on self-improvement, you create a life that blooms with or without someone's presence. This kind of happiness is not only independent, but also deeply fulfilling. So how do we walk this path of emotional detachment? Begin with the knowledge that you are whole and worthy, with or without anyone else's approval. Your journey is about exploring the vastness of your own inner world. Learn to enjoy the freedom that comes from flying solo when necessary. Draw on Stoic wisdom. Focus on what is within your control. Your thoughts, your actions, your growth. This doesn't mean closing yourself off from love or connection. It means anchoring your emotions in the solid ground of your own being. Your self-worth is not a puzzle missing someone else's piece. It is a masterpiece already in progress, complete in itself, yet open to more beauty along the way. Do you often find yourself stuck in the past or anxious about the future? One of the most powerful tools for emotional detachment and inner peace is learning to embrace the present moment. Rooted deeply in Stoic teachings, this practice invites us to fully live in the now rather than getting lost in what has been or what might be. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, put it simply: confine yourself to the present. This simple yet profound advice holds the essence of Stoic wisdom. When we constantly relive past events, we open old wounds or cling to memories that no longer serve us. When we worry about the future, we often create unnecessary stress about things that haven't happened and might never occur. Both habits prevent us from experiencing the richness of the present. Practicing mindfulness is a powerful way to anchor ourselves in the now. Mindfulness means being fully aware of your current experience without judgment, whether you're eating, walking, or having a conversation. Pay attention to the small details: the taste of your food, the feeling of the earth beneath your feet, the tone in someone's voice. This focused awareness helps pull you out of past regrets or future anxieties. Engaging in mindful activities like meditation can enhance your presence. Even simple breathing exercises can redirect your attention to the current moment. Try dedicating a few minutes each day to these practices. Over time, they can significantly reduce mental noise and improve emotional clarity. Living in the present also means cultivating gratitude. Instead of fixating on what's missing, shift your focus to what's already here. Appreciate the small moments and simple joys. This change in perspective makes it easier to let go of emotional attachments that hold you back. When you embrace the present, you build emotional stability and mental clarity. You face life's challenges with a calm mind and an open heart, allowing you to experience each moment more fully and joyfully. Reframing your thoughts is another powerful practice for emotional detachment. It means learning to see your experiences through a different lens, changing how you perceive and interpret situations. Detachment is about reshaping how you perceive and interpret experiences, allowing you to break free from unhealthy thought patterns and emotional dependencies. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once reflected, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. In other words, your emotional state and view of life are deeply influenced by the nature of your thoughts. To begin the process of detachment, start by identifying the negative thought patterns that keep you emotionally entangled. These could be beliefs such as, "I can't live without this person," "I'll never find someone else," or "My happiness depends entirely on them." Such thoughts often create a sense of helplessness and emotional dependence, reinforcing the very attachments you're trying to release. Recognizing these mental habits is the essential first step toward transforming them. Once you've brought these thoughts into awareness, the next step is to challenge their accuracy. Begin to question their truth by asking yourself, is this thought undeniably true? And what actual evidence do I have that supports this belief? More often than not, you'll discover that these ideas are exaggerated, distorted, or entirely untrue. This insight can begin to loosen their emotional grip and diminish their power over you. After recognizing and disputing these negative beliefs, it's crucial to replace them with thoughts that are more empowering or neutral. For instance, rather than saying, "I can't live without this person," affirm to yourself, "I am fully capable of finding joy and purpose on my own." Instead of, "I'll never meet someone else," try saying, "There are countless opportunities ahead for love and meaningful connection." These new thoughts should reflect a healthier and more balanced mindset, one that supports your emotional independence. To make these new ways of thinking stick, incorporate daily affirmations into your routine. Write down statements that affirm your strength, self-worth, and ability to thrive independently, and make it a habit to read them aloud each day. Over time, these affirmations can begin to reprogram your brain, gradually helping you develop a more optimistic and grounded mental framework. Alongside affirmations, mindfulness practices like meditation can significantly support your efforts in transforming your thoughts. Mindfulness allows you to observe your thought patterns without judgment, creating space to consciously shift them in healthier directions. Keep in mind that reframing your thinking isn't a one-time fix. It's an ongoing process. The more consistently you challenge and reshape your beliefs, the more emotionally resilient you become. This inner shift builds not just detachment, but a deep sense of strength and emotional clarity, empowering you to move forward in life with greater confidence and peace. If you find it difficult to say no or struggle with setting boundaries, you're not alone. Yet setting healthy boundaries is a crucial part of developing emotional detachment. Boundaries are what safeguard your well-being and give you control over your emotional space. Start by identifying what behaviors you find acceptable and which ones you do not. Then clearly communicate these boundaries to others. When you respect your own limits, you affirm your self-worth and reduce the tendency to seek validation or happiness from others. Boundaries help you define where you end and someone else begins, creating emotional clarity and preventing unhealthy entanglements. For example, if someone's behavior is overwhelming or causes you stress, speak up calmly and assert your need for space or a change in the dynamic. This isn't about rejection, it's about protecting your mental and emotional health. Remember, Boundaries are an act of self-respect. They communicate to others that your needs and well-being matter. Over time, consistently upholding your boundaries helps foster more respectful and balanced relationships. These relationships are not built on dependency, but on mutual understanding and personal freedom. Setting boundaries is a powerful step toward becoming emotionally independent. It ensures that your sense of peace and stability isn't tied to someone else's actions or opinions. As you create and maintain these emotional limits, you also cultivate a safer and more nurturing space for your own growth. This empowers you to prioritize your personal development and reinforces a stronger, more self-assured sense of identity. Think back. When was the last time you did something purely for yourself? Engaging in self-care is not just a luxury, it's a necessity for cultivating emotional detachment and building a strong, independent life. The Stoic philosopher Seneca emphasized the value of personal well-being, stating that a sound mind in a sound body is a simple yet complete definition of true happiness in this world. Self-care means making time for activities that nourish your body, mind, and spirit. Physical exercise, for example, not only boosts your health, but also elevates your mood through the release of endorphins. Practices like meditation and mindfulness help calm your mind, reduce stress, and promote emotional clarity and stability. In addition, making time for hobbies or passions, such as painting, gardening, reading, or playing an instrument, can bring genuine joy and satisfaction, reducing your reliance on others for emotional fulfillment. Surrounding yourself with supportive, uplifting people can further enhance your sense of belonging and emotional resilience. True self-care is about crafting a lifestyle that supports and sustains your well-being. By consistently nurturing yourself, you build a strong internal foundation that allows you to face life's challenges with confidence. This kind of strength enables you to emotionally detach from others, not out of bitterness or avoidance, but from a deep place of self-trust and assurance. Prioritizing self-care helps you build a fulfilling and autonomous life, where you can thrive emotionally, mentally, and physically. Have you ever noticed how focusing on what's missing in your life tends to increase your sense of emotional attachment to what you don't have? Practicing gratitude offers a powerful shift in perspective, helping you let go of unhealthy attachments and focus on what's already good in your life. When you regularly acknowledge and appreciate the positives around you, you begin to adopt a mindset rooted in abundance instead of lack. Gratitude reminds you of the value in your present experiences, which naturally lessens the emotional pull toward what's absent or lost. A simple way to start is by writing down 3 things each day that you're grateful for. These could be small but meaningful, like a kind gesture from a friend, a peaceful morning, or a warm meal. This practice helps redirect your focus from what's missing to what's nourishing and fulfilling. The philosopher Epictetus once said, "Do not spoil what you have by desiring what you have not. Remember that what you now have was once among the things you only hoped for." This timeless wisdom calls us to treasure what is already in our hands rather than yearning for what lies beyond reach. Developing a habit of gratitude not only improves your emotional well-being, but also acts as a buffer against the pain that often comes with detachment. As you consistently practice gratitude, you'll find it easier to release what no longer serves you and embrace a life of greater peace, contentment, and emotional freedom. How many times have you found yourself holding back your true feelings, forcing a smile, and staying silent when you knew you shouldn't have. How often have you heard the phrase, "It's just a joke," while inside you were fuming, your blood boiling from the frustration of not being taken seriously? Enough is enough. It's time to stop tolerating behaviors that chip away at your peace of mind. Let's be clear. There are certain things you should never allow, not from anyone, ever. That includes disrespect, manipulation, and those venom-laced jokes that come disguised as concern. The Stoics understood that while we cannot control the actions of others, we absolutely can control how we respond to them. And believe me, each passive-aggressive jab, every little slight you silently endure, slowly erodes your dignity. And that, my friend, is not something you should offer up for sacrifice. So, are we going to keep swallowing poison in silence, or are we finally going to start drawing boundaries? The truth is, we must stop accepting the unacceptable. And that's exactly why, in today's video, I'm sharing 10 situations that you should never tolerate, no matter who it comes from. And trust me, the final one will leave you speechless. But before we dive into the list, let me tell you a story that will help illuminate the wisdom behind what we're discussing. In a small riverside village, there lived a young woman named Clara. She was kind, always ready to lend a hand, and much loved by the people in her community. But as time passed, Clara began to realize that her kindness was being exploited. One neighbor constantly demanded favors without offering gratitude or reciprocation. A so-called friend criticized her every decision, slowly eroding her confidence. At work, her boss ignored her accomplishments, making her feel invisible and undervalued. One particularly draining day, overwhelmed by emotional exhaustion and constant criticism, Clara decided to take a walk through the woods. As she wandered, she stumbled upon a small cabin where a wise old woman lived. Clara, weighed down by her burdens, opened up and shared her struggles with the old woman. The wise woman listened intently, then calmly told her, "There are behaviors that you must never tolerate, no matter how kind-hearted you are. Do not let people treat you like a tool they can pick up and put down when it suits them. Respect is not something to timidly request. It is something to firmly demand." Clara looked at her, intrigued. The old woman continued, "Just as a tree needs space to grow strong, you need boundaries to protect your spirit. If you let others prune your branches and rip off your leaves, eventually you'll be too drained to stand. You have the power to choose what you allow and what you reject." These words echoed in Clara's mind as she returned to the village. The next day, when her neighbor tried to exploit her generosity again, Clara kindly but firmly said no. To her critical friend, she responded that those negative opinions didn't define her worth. At work, she began standing up for her achievements and asserting her value. Over time, Clara felt stronger, more self-assured, and gradually, her environment began to reflect that change. The lesson here is simple but powerful. Kindness is a virtue, but so is self-respect. You should never allow behaviors that diminish you or make you feel small. Setting boundaries and demanding respect is not arrogance, it's self-love and dignity in action. Before we continue, if you find value in these videos, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Let's get into it. Let's begin with disrespect. This is one thing that should never be negotiable in your life. Your dignity is sacred. We often assume respect will be given to us, but unfortunately, that's not always the case, and that's where the problem begins. How many times have you swallowed your words, taken a deep breath, and brushed off that one comment that hit you like a sting in the middle of summer? You know the one. the remark cloaked in just joking or constructive feedback, but really it was meant to undermine you. Let's talk seriously about disrespect. It's something everyone encounters, whether at work, within personal relationships, or even within families. No one is immune to people who try to belittle who we are. The saddest part, we often allow it, treating it like it's normal. But it's not. It never should be. Sometimes disrespect comes with a smile. Those seemingly harmless, passive-aggressive phrases like, "Sure, you can do it," or "Why do you even try?" may sound trivial, but they cut deep. This is where Stoic philosophy becomes crucial. The Stoics taught us that while we cannot control the actions or thoughts of others, we can control our own reactions. So ask yourself, will you remain silent while others determine your worth? Now let's talk about those so-called jokes that are really veiled insults. How many times have you been hurt by a comment only to be told it was just a joke? As if that gives someone a free pass to say whatever they want without consequences, and if you speak up, suddenly you lack a sense of humor. But here's the truth. The problem isn't you. It's the toxic culture that uses just a joke to justify cruelty. You have every right to draw a line. If something isn't funny to you, you can say so, and you can walk away without feeling guilty. That's real self-control. That's dignity. Then there's the subtle kind of disrespect that pretends to be concern. You've seen it. The people who criticize your choices, question your path, and chip away at your confidence, all under the banner of caring. Don't let it fool you. This is not love. This is control. And it's your responsibility to recognize it and push back. Your self-worth is not on the auction block. You don't need anyone's validation to know your own value or to make your own decisions. Learning to identify these toxic behaviors isn't always easy because they're often masked. Contempt doesn't always come in the form of an obvious insult. It can be quiet, sly, and deeply damaging. But once you recognize it, your next step is to stop tolerating it. You don't have to be aggressive, but you do need to be firm. As the Stoic said, you can't control other people's words or thoughts, but you can control what you allow into your space. Standing firm in your boundaries is the highest form of self-respect. When you respect yourself, you no longer need others to validate you. So don't let anyone define your worth through cruelty, mockery, or thinly veiled jokes. Stay composed, but don't compromise your dignity. This isn't about anger. It's about self-respect. And if someone can't honor your boundaries, they don't deserve a seat at your table. In the end, the only opinion of you that truly matters is your own. And as Carl Jung once said, self-respect is the cornerstone of all respect. Now let's talk about emotional manipulation. Some people behave like puppet masters, tugging at invisible strings and expecting you to dance to their emotional rhythms. And there you are, caught in the middle of their drama, allowing them to dictate when you laugh, cry, or collapse from emotional exhaustion. There are individuals who have mastered the art of emotional manipulation. They're skilled performers who know exactly how to make you feel guilty for their mistakes, burdened by their sadness, and responsible for their happiness. But you are not part of their script, and you don't have to clap for their performance. Let's get real. Picture someone who always breaks down in tears during an argument. Suddenly, your valid points vanish, buried under a mountain of their sorrow, or the person who constantly tells you that you're not doing enough, even after you've given everything. Or maybe it's the one who blames you for their own inability to manage their chaos, acting as though you're the captain of a sinking ship when you're merely a passenger. The Stoics, they emphasize the importance of mastering your own self-control and recognizing that the only thing truly within your power is how you choose to respond to what happens around you. Yes, that even includes refusing to be swept away by the emotional turbulence stirred up by other people. But how does one actually do that? It sounds noble and wise in theory, but when life hits, it's in the practice where things really get messy. Start by identifying the behaviors that are simply unacceptable, those you should never tolerate. For instance, if someone tries to make you feel guilty for having personal boundaries or for voicing your needs, draw a firm line. Your limits exist to protect your peace, not to make others comfortable. If anyone minimizes your accomplishments or implies that your happiness must hinge on their approval, it's time to reevaluate that relationship. In fact, if someone convinces you that love means sacrificing your own mental peace just to maintain their emotional balance, that's your cue to leave, immediately. You are not here to be the superhero in someone else's narrative, especially not when that story never ends with a thank you. The Stoics always taught the power of discerning between what is within our control and what is not. Emotional manipulation is, in many ways, a twisted form of injustice. It makes you believe you are responsible for things that were never yours to carry. Once you start spotting these behaviors and understanding the difference between what belongs to you and what doesn't, you empower yourself to make conscious decisions. And that, my friend, is the first step toward breaking free from those invisible threads that keep you tangled in other people's emotional chaos. When you feel like backing down just to avoid someone's emotional reaction, pause. Breathe. Step back. Ask yourself, is this emotion genuinely mine, or has it been projected onto me? Don't be afraid to assert your boundaries, even if it makes others uncomfortable in the moment. A boundary that causes temporary discomfort is far better than the ongoing pain of living under the shadow of emotional manipulation. You are not an amusement park designed for others to experiment with your emotions at their whim. Emotional manipulation is like a second-rate magician waving flashy tricks to distract you, while you're left wondering where the card disappeared. You were never meant to be anyone's captive audience, nor should your life be dictated by the script of someone seeking control. The Stoics understood this deeply, that real freedom comes from managing your own emotions and not surrendering them to the whims of others. So, cut the cords. Not because you're cold or selfish, but because you finally understand your worth. No one else should play the lead role in your life but you. Let that sink in. When you stop trying to be someone else's hero, you finally step into the role of the main character in your own story. Now, let's talk about something that should never be a gray area: physical or verbal violence. From the very beginning, it must be said, no one has the right to mistreat you. That may sound obvious, but unfortunately for many people, it isn't. Too many of us have normalized the unbearable under the disguise of love, friendship, or worse, the excuse of upbringing. It's time to say enough to abuse, no matter the form. Whether physical or verbal, it should never be accepted. And if someone tells you otherwise, maybe you need to reevaluate your circle, or perhaps your whole environment. Let's break this down further, openly and with a touch of irony, to help digest the undigestible. Physical violence is easy to recognize. If someone hits you, shoves you, or grabs you too forcefully, it's aggression, plain and simple. There are no acceptable excuses. I just lost control, or I was really mad, or even worse, I love you so much I couldn't help it. Those are not reasons. Let's be honest, if your dog jumps with joy every time you come home, that's one thing, because it's a dog. But when a human being uses love as an excuse for violence, they don't need a romantic conversation, they need a lawyer. Then there's verbal abuse, which often wears the mask of honesty. I'm just being real, or that's just how I am. Interesting how these same people can be the sweetest souls at work or around strangers. Funny, isn't it? The truth is, no one who claims to love you should talk down to you, insult you, or chip away at your self-worth. Respect, in this case, should be as essential and invisible as air. The problem is, unlike air, a lack of respect is impossible to ignore. It leaves you breathless. And then we arrive at psychological violence, the most subtle and treacherous of all. This includes emotional manipulation, guilt-tripping, gaslighting, all those sneaky tactics that don't leave visible bruises but wear you down inside. Have you ever walked away from an argument feeling confused, like somehow everything was your fault? Welcome to the realm of master manipulators. Even the most disciplined Stoic would struggle not to lose their composure in such a mental maze. So how do we deal with this? It begins with self-awareness. Truly knowing your worth, not just saying it, but believing it, makes it much easier to recognize when someone has crossed a line. The hard part is that, for many of us, we've been allowing certain behaviors for so long that we can't even tell what's normal and what's toxic anymore. This is where you must pause and reflect. Ask yourself, is this something I really want to continue tolerating? Another essential tool is direct, honest communication. No excuses, no sugarcoating. Saying, I don't like this, or I won't accept that, doesn't make you the villain. It makes you someone with dignity. It's like when you're offered a drink you can't stand. You're not going to force it down out of politeness, right? The same rule applies to behaviors that poison your spirit. You have every right to say no, just like you'd turn down bad coffee. You should never feel obligated to tolerate any kind of behavior that makes you question your value. Whether it's physical, verbal, or emotional abuse, life is far too short to keep patching up your self-esteem after every interaction. You deserve relationships where respect isn't a rare commodity, it's the standard. Remember, setting boundaries isn't selfish, it's an act of self-preservation. Only those who truly respect you deserve to stay in your life. As one wise Stoic proverb reminds us, anyone who wounds you under the guise of affection has no idea what real affection is. And then we have to talk about dishonesty, the lies. Have you ever found yourself stuck in a conversation that sounds like the plot of a movie, just without the happy ending? That moment when someone is talking, and despite the smooth delivery, your gut is telling you something's off. Welcome to the exhausting world of chronic dishonesty. Lies, deceit, and half-truths are a deadly cocktail that erode trust faster than you can blink. As much as we want to believe that everyone operates from a place of good intentions, reality proves otherwise. Some people treat deception as a lifestyle. Out of fear, laziness, or sheer pleasure, they build illusions instead of speaking plainly. They tell you what you want to hear, twist the facts to suit their needs, and by the time you realize what's happening, you're lost in a fog of confusion and mistrust. Think of trust as a fragile glass. Each lie, each manipulated truth is like a tiny crack. At first you barely notice them, but those fractures multiply. They deepen. Until one day, that glass shatters, and no matter how carefully you try to glue it back together, it will never be the same again. So, what do we do? The easy advice would be, walk away from dishonest people. Set boundaries. Don't tolerate that behavior. And yes, that's valid advice. But it's not always so simple. Sometimes the people lying to you are lifelong friends, close family members, or co-workers you can't avoid. Life isn't a light switch you can flick off when things get uncomfortable. Here's where Stoic wisdom offers clarity. The Stoics taught that you can't control what others do, but you can absolutely control how you respond. This isn't about pretending that toxic behavior doesn't affect you. It's about recognizing reality and then making intentional choices. If someone lies to you or hides the truth, first, be honest with yourself. Don't delude yourself into thinking they'll change just because you wish they would. Chronic dishonesty doesn't disappear just because you're hopeful. Once you accept the truth, the next step is to set firm boundaries. Think of your life as your home, and your boundaries are the doors. You get to decide who enters, how long they stay, and under what conditions. Don't let people walk in and ransack your peace of mind. If someone breaks your trust, shut that door. Take the space you need to protect your own sanity. This isn't about being bitter or punitive. It's about choosing to value your inner peace over someone else's lies. And if, after setting boundaries, that person continues to disrespect them, then it might be time to take even stronger steps. Because, in the end, your well-being matters more than maintaining the illusion of harmony with someone who repeatedly crosses the line. No matter how many boundaries you set, dishonest people always seem to find a way to cross them. And when that keeps happening, you eventually have to make more decisive and difficult choices. Relationships, at their core, should be grounded in mutual trust. If someone repeatedly breaks that trust, then you have to stop and ask yourself, do you really need that person in your life? Because truthfully, life is too short to be surrounded by individuals who lack transparency. Sometimes letting go is the most healing choice you can make. As Seneca wisely emphasized, true peace often comes through detachment. Think of truth as a mirror. Once it shatters, it never reflects the same image again. So don't waste your time trying to piece together what can never return to its original form. Living with honesty, both with yourself and with others, is what truly allows you to move through life with inner peace. Now let's talk about control, specifically excessive control. Have you ever noticed how some people around you seem strangely eager to take charge of your life? It's like they've grabbed the remote control and started changing the channel on your decisions, your relationships, even your freedom. And it's easy to fall into that trap, to let others become the directors of your life story. But seriously, did you come all this way just to play a minor role in your own life? Of course not. There are people who somehow manage to step into your life and act like they know how to run it better than you do. They tell you who you should date, how you should behave, and what choices you should make. They don't just offer advice. They impose their will, either subtly or blatantly, all while claiming it's for your own good. They draw out the blueprint of your life based on their own needs, and in that narrative, what part do you play? Too often, it's someone who slowly gives away control. This kind of control can come from a concerned friend, a well-meaning relative, or even a partner trying to shape you into their idea of who you should be. But let's be real, you weren't put here to be a puppet dancing to the strings of someone else's fears or desires. This is where Stoic philosophy sheds light. The Stoics taught that the only things we truly have control over are our own minds, our thoughts, and our actions. Everything else? That belongs to the outside world. So why are you letting someone else invade the only space that is truly yours? Imagine your life is like a garden. You're the one who chooses which flowers to plant, how often to water them, and when to prune them. But if you start letting others come in and decide what to plant, which flowers to remove, and where everything should go, then that garden stops being yours. It turns into a patchwork of other people's decisions. So what do you do when someone tries to control you? The answer might seem straightforward. Say no, not with anger or resentment, but with clarity and firmness. A simple, unwavering no can serve as a strong wall for those trying to take over your independence. You don't have to explain or justify every decision you make. Sometimes, setting boundaries is as simple as honoring your own limits. One useful Stoic strategy is to practice indifference, or ataraxia, a serene state of mind that isn't shaken by external noise. Don't let the pressures around you turn into chaos inside you. When someone keeps pushing to control your life, take a breath and remind yourself, only you decide how much weight to give their words. At the end of the day, we all have our own garden to tend. No one else should have more say over your life than you allow. So the next time someone tries to steer your choices, think about your garden, what you want to grow, how you want to nurture it, and the vision you have for it. Life's too short to live according to someone else's expectations. The only direction that matters is the one you choose. After all, it's you who will live with the results of your decisions, not them. So why not make choices that are genuinely yours, not just what others want from you? Let this sink in. Those who are most eager to control others are often the ones who have the least control over their own lives. Now let's talk about something that leaves a deeper mark: humiliation. We've all been there. Those moments when someone makes you feel foolish in front of others. That awful sensation that climbs up your spine, making you wish you could vanish on the spot. Whether it happens in public, where everyone's watching and maybe even enjoying the show, or in private, where the words can cut even deeper because no one else hears them, it still stings. Humiliation is a behavior you should never tolerate, not from anyone. Yet sometimes you find yourself making excuses for it. But let's call it what it is. Humiliation is a cheap tactic used by people who want to feel powerful at your expense. Those who publicly point out your flaws or highlight what they see as your shortcomings are often dealing with their own internal issues. But knowing that doesn't make the experience any less painful. So here's the real question. Should you accept this kind of treatment? Picture your dignity as a shield. It may not be made of gold or steel, but it's strong enough to guard you from toxic words. Each time someone tries to humiliate you, they're aiming a poisoned arrow at that shield. The problem is, sometimes we lower our shield, maybe out of fear, or because we've grown used to taking those hits, especially when the arrows come from people close to us. But hear this loud and clear. It is not normal. You don't have to accept this treatment. Not from a loved one, not from a boss, not from a so-called friend, and not from anyone. The Stoics were crystal clear about this. You can't control how others act, but you can control how you respond. You can't stop someone from attempting to shame you, but you can choose whether or not their words matter. Sometimes, the most powerful reaction is no reaction at all, not out of weakness, but out of strength. Think of it like this. If a stranger hurled an insult at you on the street, you'd probably shrug and think, what's their problem, and keep walking. So why not treat familiar people who ridicule you the same way? That doesn't mean you have to turn your heart to stone. It means remembering that humiliation only has the power you give it. And if it's coming from someone close, that makes things harder, of course, because you may not want to stir conflict or tension. But that's where self-respect comes in. You're allowed, no, required, to set boundaries. Sometimes just saying, I don't like how you're speaking to me, is enough. And if it's not, if they continue, then it's time to ask yourself if this person truly belongs in your life. The solution is never silence. Swallowing humiliation doesn't make you noble. It just eats away at your spirit. Speaking up, taking action, and drawing a line, that's how you protect your dignity. And your dignity? That's never up for negotiation. As Epictetus once said, don't let someone else's words determine your self-worth. Now let's turn to something more subtle but equally draining, the lack of empathy. Have you ever wondered why you keep enduring what feels unbearable? Sometimes it seems like we've built up this strange tolerance for harmful behavior, as if it's just part of life's background noise. Maybe it's habit, maybe it's fear of making a fuss, or maybe it's the belief that there's no other option. But here's something you need to be absolutely sure of. You don't have to be a Stoic in the extreme sense, silently swallowing emotions as if they were rocks in your throat, especially not when it comes to dealing with a lack of empathy. You've probably experienced it. You open up, trying to share something painful or personal, and the person on the other end stares at you blankly, as if you're telling them what you had for lunch. The worst part? It's not just that they don't understand, it's that they don't care. The absence of empathy feels like an uninvited guest at a party. It shows up without a greeting, eats all the cake, and gives nothing in return. It doesn't acknowledge your feelings, doesn't try to connect, and certainly doesn't contribute anything meaningful to your emotional well-being. It just sits there, cold, motionless, and draining. These individuals don't contribute to your well-being. Worse, their presence can leave you feeling lonelier than if you were actually alone. Even when you're surrounded by people, some have a remarkable ability to reduce your struggles to mere anecdotes, or worse, treat them as inconveniences. If you've ever opened up about your feelings only to hear a dismissive, "everyone has problems," or a cold, "it'll pass," then you've already encountered the painful face of emotional neglect. You might tolerate this behavior because you've been convinced that expecting more is too much. Maybe you've been made to believe that asking for emotional support or understanding is some sort of extravagant request, not something you're entitled to. But here's the truth. Emotional support is not a luxury. It's a fundamental human need. When we excuse someone's lack of empathy with phrases like, "they don't know how to express themselves," or "they must be going through something," we risk belittling our own needs. It's like owning a plant and never watering it because the sun should be enough. Eventually, the plant will wither. You cannot thrive solely on someone else's emotional leftovers. So what can you do when you're faced with someone who lacks empathy? There's no magic solution, but there are ways to protect yourself. One essential step is learning to set boundaries. This doesn't mean going into full dramatic confrontation mode. It simply means getting clear about what you need and what you won't tolerate. If someone consistently shows no genuine interest in your struggles, maybe they don't deserve a central place in your life. Another approach is to build your own circle of support, people who truly know how to listen and stand by you. You need those who don't require a grand explanation to show they care. Look for environments where you feel appreciated, not out of obligation, but because someone genuinely desires to be there for you. And perhaps most importantly, take care of your own emotional health. This doesn't mean becoming emotionally numb to others, but it does mean recognizing when your needs aren't being met and doing something about it. Because life isn't just about getting by, it's about living fully. Enduring the unbearable is not the goal. Some people simply don't deserve the place you've given them in your life. If you notice someone constantly dismissing your feelings, always absent when it matters, or only showing up when it benefits them, it may be time to reevaluate that relationship. At the end of the day, it's not the number of people around you that counts. It's who truly stands with you. As Gandhi said, those who value you will listen to you, and those who listen will care for you. Let's talk about another painful truth. Criticism. We've all been there. You're doing your job, working on a passion project, or simply enjoying life, and someone decides to drop a harsh comment out of nowhere. There's nothing helpful about it, just a sting that leaves you questioning everything. It's almost as if some people were born just to make others feel inadequate. We've all heard words that didn't help us improve, but instead dragged us down. But why should we tolerate this kind of behavior? Why should it have space in our lives? Destructive criticism is often nothing more than someone else venting their own frustrations under the guise of feedback. Imagine someone tripping on the stairs and throwing a rock at you for no reason. That's the emotional equivalent. Let's be honest. If a critique doesn't come with useful insight or a clear path forward, it only serves to hurt. This is exactly where the wisdom of Stoicism becomes valuable. It teaches us to focus only on what truly adds value to our lives. One of our biggest mistakes is giving more weight to the opinions of others than to our own beliefs and efforts. We often forget why what we're doing matters in the first place. We get so wrapped up in trying to please everyone that we end up giving anyone the power to define our worth, even those whose opinions are as helpful as a pair of broken shoes. Of course, this doesn't mean all criticism is bad. Constructive criticism, even when it stings, serves a purpose. It acts like a mirror, helping us see what needs to be fixed so we can grow. But destructive criticism is like a shattered mirror. It reflects a distorted image of who we are, and, if we're not careful, it can harm us deeply. There's no reason to accept words that tear us down without offering any way to build us back up. That's where Stoic principles can guide us. They remind us not to waste energy on things outside our control. You can't stop someone from lashing out, but you can choose how you respond. Ask yourself, does this person's opinion really matter? Do they have your best interest at heart? If the answer is no, their words deserve none of your attention. You wouldn't let background noise at a coffee shop distract you from a meaningful conversation, so treat destructive comments the same way. Tune them out. In the end, what truly matters is how you feel about your efforts and how you can keep improving, not what someone says who lacks knowledge, empathy, or intent to help. So the next time someone tries to tear you down, pause and ask, does this add anything valuable to my life? If it doesn't, don't waste a second more thinking about it. Your time is far too precious to be spent on people who don't want to see you thrive. As my late father used to say, it's not your job to carry the weight of other people's bitterness. You're here to build your own path, regardless of who tries to stand in the way. Remember, being stoic doesn't mean ignoring all criticism. It means having the wisdom to separate the useful from the toxic. Now, let's touch on something even more subtle but equally damaging: indifference. Sometimes it sneaks in as a small discomfort, a comment that unsettles you, or a strange silence from someone who once mattered. At first you brush it off, but over time it starts to gnaw at you. You begin to question whether it's normal for someone to repeatedly ignore how you feel or what you need. In a world where being strong often means tolerating everything, it's all too easy to fall into the trap of accepting indifference as a normal part of life. But let me be clear, there is nothing normal about this kind of emotional neglect. Indifference isn't always loud or dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet and routine, which makes it all the more dangerous. It's in those moments when you express your feelings and are met with nothing but silence, or when you ask for something, time, support, understanding, and receive nothing but vague promises that are never fulfilled. It's when your emotional or physical needs are repeatedly dismissed or ignored. This kind of behavior, while subtle, can be a form of abuse. Stoic philosophy teaches us that we should not rely on others' actions to find peace, but that doesn't mean we should accept being mistreated. Being stoic doesn't mean becoming a doormat. It means knowing what deserves your energy and who deserves it. So what should you do? I'm not suggesting that you turn into some emotional warrior who confronts everyone with grand speeches. You don't need to go to extremes, but it is vital to recognize when something isn't right and to assert your boundaries. Boundaries aren't barriers. They're like road signs that keep you from getting lost. If someone consistently ignores or belittles you, ask yourself, is this really what I want to allow in my life? Because sometimes, in our effort to avoid conflict, we hurt ourselves even more. It's like being thirsty and accepting an empty glass over and over. You can pretend you're fine, but eventually your thirst wins out. Ignoring your own needs isn't strength. It's a warning sign that something needs to change. This doesn't mean you have to cut people off completely or that you're inviting unnecessary drama. It simply means you're communicating your value, making it clear that your well-being matters. It won't always be easy. People don't change just because you want them to, but every time you defend your space, you grow stronger. Not to become harder, but to become more aware. In conclusion, indifference and negligence may seem small, but they're deeply damaging. No one should have to live with them. The key is learning to see them clearly and responding accordingly. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is protect your peace. It's not about raising your voice or trying harder to be heard. Sometimes the most powerful move you can make is to stop listening to those who don't truly see your worth. Always remember this: your needs matter just as much as anyone else's. This isn't about being selfish, it's about practicing self-care. As Brian Tracy wisely said, what you tolerate today becomes what consumes you tomorrow. So don't allow indifference or emotional neglect to steal the space and respect you rightfully deserve. Now let's talk about jealousy. Have you ever felt guilty for enjoying things you love, like spending time with friends, pursuing hobbies, or just having interests that don't involve a particular person? If that sounds familiar, you may be facing something deeper that you shouldn't overlook. We're talking about jealousy, or more precisely, that obsessive possessiveness that some people mask as love. But the truth is, it's as toxic as any poison. Let's get real. If someone tries to restrict your freedom or make you feel bad for simply having a life beyond them, that's not love. That's control. Freedom is a beautiful concept, isn't it? Everyone craves it, yet not everyone is willing to offer it. Some people, especially in relationships, will try to bind you with invisible chains. They might say things like, "If you really loved me, you wouldn't need anyone else." Or, "Why do you get so excited to be with others if you already have me?" And just like that, you start to second-guess your joy, wondering if it's wrong to enjoy a simple coffee with friends or a peaceful afternoon reading alone. Here's the spoiler: it's not wrong at all. The problem is that we've been fed a flawed version of love, one that tells us we must pour every part of ourselves into someone else to prove it's real. It may sound poetic, but the truth is, love doesn't demand that much. What it really needs is respect, trust, and support. Love shouldn't suffocate you. It should help you thrive. If someone is trying to cage you inside their idea of what a relationship should be, they're not loving you. They're limiting you. The Stoic philosophers, wise as they were, understood this well. They taught that the only thing we truly have control over is ourselves, our choices, our responses, and our actions. What others think or do is out of our hands. So why give someone else the power to dictate how you feel, who you spend time with, or what lights you up inside? You weren't made to shrink yourself for someone else's comfort. Think of your life as a garden. You are the one who tends to it. The people close to you, whether they're partners, friends, or family, should act like mindful gardeners. They should know when to nurture you, when to step back, and most importantly, when to let you grow freely. You can't let someone come in with oversized shears trying to trim your spirit to fit their expectations or cram your growth into a smaller pot. It's your garden. If someone wants to be part of it, they need to respect its natural beauty, not redesign it according to their own vision. So what should you do if you realize someone in your life is limiting your freedom? First, speak up. Some people genuinely don't realize when they're being overly possessive or jealous. But be careful. If after expressing yourself, they still continue to guilt you or restrict you from living your life, it's time to reevaluate that relationship. A healthy relationship, whether it's romantic, platonic, or familial, should never strip you of your freedom. If it does, something's not right. This isn't about turning into someone who pushes others away or refuses to compromise. It's about understanding clearly that your personal freedom is non-negotiable. The people who truly care about you will know how to respect your space and honor who you are. Love, at its core, should create room for you to grow, not trap you in a box. So don't hold on to behaviors or relationships that shrink you, drain you, or make you feel guilty just for being yourself. Real love and real freedom give you the space to expand, not to be confined. And the next time someone tries to clip your wings, remember, genuine connection stems from respect, not control. I truly want you to hold on to this message because it can make a real difference in your life. Remember, true love doesn't rely on cages or constraints to feel secure. A soul with free wings always returns out of choice, not obligation. If you've stayed with me this far, leave a comment saying, "I don't intend to hold on to anyone's nonsense." I'd love to hear your stories and how you've navigated similar situations. Subscribe, activate the notification bell, and leave a comment. Your engagement helps YouTube understand that this kind of content resonates with people like you. It's what keeps us inspired to create more of it in the future. Don't forget to check out the last 2 videos we recommended. I genuinely appreciate your time, and I'll see you in our next video. Top of form, bottom of form. Have you ever longed for someone to miss you so deeply that you're the very first thought they have when they open their eyes in the morning and the last one before they drift off at night? If that's something you've wished for, then you're exactly where you need to be. Today, we're going to uncover the secrets of becoming truly unforgettable. We're diving into timeless Stoic principles, not just to stir a little longing, but to help you transform into someone whose absence creates a powerful and irresistible presence. Seneca once shared a profound truth: absence intensifies love, while presence reinforces it. With that in mind, let's learn how to sharpen love to such a degree that your absence leaves a meaningful imprint. Don't skip any part of what we're about to explore, because each principle contributes an essential piece to the overall puzzle of becoming someone whose absence is genuinely felt. Before we get started, Here's a quick, fun little challenge for you. Leave a comment below with the phrase, "on their mind tomorrow." It's short, sweet, and perfectly captures what we're diving into today. Plus, it'll be fun to see how many of you are taking part in this journey. Now, let's get ready to explore these 10 powerful Stoic strategies that will not only increase your presence in someone's heart, but will also make them truly yearn for you when you're not around. Let's begin with the first principle, self-sufficiency. You might be asking yourself, how can being independent make someone miss me more? The answer lies in demonstrating that you are whole and complete on your own, which is both attractive and captivating in any relationship. Think about it like this. When you're self-sufficient, you're not constantly reaching out for attention or leaning heavily on your partner for emotional support. Instead, you're actively living your life, pursuing your passions, meeting your own needs, and thriving as an individual. This kind of independence doesn't push people away, it pulls them in. It piques curiosity and earns admiration. Your partner begins to see you not just as their significant other, but as someone strong, centered, and thriving independently. When you're not always available or relying on them to bring you joy, you create a healthy space in the relationship. And this space isn't about emotional distance, it's about allowing each other to grow as individuals. What do they start to feel when you're not there? They begin to think about you. They remember how gracefully you manage life, how composed you are, how self-directed your choices seem. This memory, this vision of your strength and autonomy, begins to spark longing. They miss the version of you that stands tall and independent. So embrace your self-sufficiency. It's not about distancing yourself. It's about inspiring a deeper, more respectful admiration of your presence. And as you cultivate that independence, don't be surprised if they find themselves thinking about you not just tomorrow, but for many tomorrows to come. Next comes emotional control. Now, you might think, control my emotions? I just want them to miss me. But here's the secret. Mastering your emotions is like having the reins of a powerful horse. It gives you the ability to guide the direction and tone of your relationships. Picture this. Every time you interact with them, you remain composed. Even when conversations take an unexpected turn or heat up, you hold your ground with calm. This kind of emotional balance doesn't just impress, it fascinates. Why? Because, as Marcus Aurelius wisely said, you have control over your mind, not external events. Recognize this, and you'll discover true strength. When you respond with this inner strength, you leave a mark. People expect emotional reactions, but when you respond with calm, clarity, and thoughtful presence, it creates an aura of mystery. They begin to wonder what's going on inside your mind. You're not predictable anymore. You're serene and composed, and that unpredictability draws them in. Now, emotional control doesn't mean becoming cold or robotic. It means choosing to respond instead of react. That slight shift makes your emotions more meaningful when they are expressed. When you do open up, your feelings carry weight. They're not impulsive. They're deliberate, heartfelt, and powerful. And when you're not around, what do they remember? That poised version of you. They recall how you made them feel safe, calm, intrigued. They long for the warmth behind your thoughtful affection. So keep your cool, stay grounded, and let them wonder. Maybe even leave behind a subtle hint, something that softly suggests, will you be thinking of me tomorrow? Because in love, mystery can be a powerful magnet. Now we come to intentional communication. Have you ever noticed how just a few well-chosen words can leave someone longing for your presence? This is the magic of speaking with purpose. Intentional communication is about being deliberate with your words, making sure everything you say adds depth, connection, and value. When you speak intentionally, you don't just talk, you craft. You choose language that resonates, that sparks thought, that invites connection. It's not about saying a lot, it's about saying what matters. Seneca once advised that we should speak so that we are invited to speak again. That's the heart of this principle, leaving them wanting more. More of your insight, more of your humor, more of your uniquely genuine voice. Now, imagine that each time you speak, you're doing so to build understanding, to enhance the moment, to offer something real. You're not just filling silence, you're shaping meaningful interaction. And when you're not present, your words linger. They echo in their memory. Your voice plays back in their mind, not just because of what you said, but because of how you made them feel. With this kind of thoughtful communication, you create emotional layers. They start reflecting on your conversations. They begin to miss not just talking to you, but hearing you. You've shown them depth and intention. You've shown them connection. So use your words wisely and with care. Make every exchange meaningful. It's not just the content, it's the way you deliver it that stays with them. Let your words be like gentle spells that leave them thinking, what would they say now? And just like that, you're on their mind, again and again. Now let's talk about the acceptance of absence. Here's a twist you might not expect. How can truly embracing time apart actually bring two people closer? It may sound like a contradiction, but here's the truth. Accepting periods of separation can actually intensify their longing for you and strengthen the bond you share when you're reunited. Let's look at it from this perspective. It's not just a matter of absence making the heart grow fonder. Absence builds anticipation, and with that, a deeper sense of appreciation. When you learn to accept and even treasure the moments when you're not together, you reveal a profound level of self-awareness and independence. It shows that you understand that real connection isn't measured by constant presence, but by the emotional strength of your bond. As Epictetus so powerfully put it, freedom is the only goal worth pursuing in life. Freeing yourself from the need to cling allows your relationship dynamics to evolve in the healthiest, most liberating way. Picture what this looks like in real life. Instead of constantly texting or checking in when you're apart, you intentionally allow space to exist. You give the silence room to breathe and, in doing so, invite curiosity. You let a bit of mystery grow. Suddenly, you're no longer just a routine part of their daily life. You become the moment they eagerly anticipate. The acceptance of absence teaches you to move with the natural rhythm of closeness and solitude. It encourages you to enjoy your own company and cherish your individuality. And that kind of self-contentment, it's magnetic. So when you're together again after some time apart, the energy feels refreshed, the connection more alive, and the joy more intense. Let those quiet stretches apart do their work. They aren't voids, they're fertile grounds for growth and a deeper emotional pull. Let them feel your absence in such a way that they find themselves thinking about you more and more. When you come back together, the joy of reconnection becomes a vivid, cherished experience. Now let's explore mindfulness in interaction. How can being completely present when you're with someone create a longing for you when you're not there? The secret lies in making every shared moment so rich and meaningful that your absence leaves a distinct emotional void. Being mindful isn't just about being physically close. It's about being emotionally, mentally, and spiritually engaged. When you are mindful, you're fully attentive to the person you're with. You listen deeply. You respond with thoughtfulness. You tune in, not just with your ears, but with your heart. You're not distracted or scattered. Every interaction becomes intentional. And as Marcus Aurelius once said, approach every action in life as if it were your last. Apply that mindset to your time with loved ones, and suddenly each conversation becomes more vivid, each glance more heartfelt, and each shared laugh more lasting. Imagine this. Every time you're together, you bring a quiet but powerful presence. You aren't just there, you're alive in the moment. You're making every second count. This deep engagement plants seeds of emotional richness. So when you're no longer around, what remains? The powerful memory of how it felt to be seen, heard, and deeply connected with you. That's what lingers. That's what they miss. By practicing mindfulness, you create a strong emotional resonance. Your presence enriches their world in a way that few others do. And when you're gone, that absence becomes noticeably heavier. They start to crave not just your company, but the emotional presence and depth you uniquely offer. So give your full self when you're with them. Let your presence leave such a mark that it echoes long after you're gone. When you master mindfulness in interaction, you don't just spend time, you create memories. And those memories will keep you in their thoughts well into tomorrow. And here we are, halfway through this journey. If you're still with us, it means this message is truly speaking to your heart. If you haven't already, please take a moment to like this video or subscribe to our channel. Your support means the world and allows us to keep creating content that connects with you. Now, let's move into the sixth principle, a truly vital step in becoming unforgettable. This one carries significant weight, so stay focused. Let's now talk about consistency in communication. How does maintaining a steady, intentional communication pattern make someone feel your absence more deeply? It all comes down to cultivating trust and emotional rhythm. Consistency doesn't mean overwhelming them with constant messages. It means developing a steady, dependable flow of interaction that adds value and shows thoughtfulness. Think about small gestures. A good morning text that starts their day with warmth, a mid-afternoon check-in to show you're thinking of them, or a brief evening exchange about how your day went. These become rituals, comforting, familiar patterns that they begin to rely on. As Seneca once said, regularity is a sign of wisdom in communication. This sense of rhythm tells them you're not only present, but emotionally invested and dependable. Imagine even on your busiest days, you still make time for a brief, thoughtful message. That consistent effort becomes a part of their routine, a moment they look forward to. And here's where it becomes powerful. When those familiar touchpoints are suddenly absent, the silence feels louder. Your absence becomes a noticeable void, and they begin to long for your presence to return. This consistency doesn't just make you predictable, it makes you comforting, stable, and emotionally significant. You weave yourself into their everyday life through small, meaningful interactions. And when you're not there, they feel it. They miss not just the words, but the feeling that your messages bring. So make consistency your trademark in communication. Keep the rhythm going. Be someone they know they can count on to show up, even in small ways. Because the more dependable you are, the more deeply they feel your absence when it comes. Your goal isn't just to be remembered occasionally, it's to be constantly present in their thoughts, even from afar. Now, let's shift into purposeful living. How can having a life full of purpose make someone long for your presence even more? The answer lies in becoming someone whose passion and drive is naturally magnetic. When you lead a purpose-driven life, you're not sitting around waiting for someone else to complete you. You're actively shaping your life, chasing dreams, and engaging with your passions. Living with intention gives your energy a different kind of glow. You become someone who's exciting, inspiring, and a joy to be around. When you speak about your goals or dive into your projects, you radiate a kind of passion that's contagious, and that energy sticks with people. It makes them admire you, respect you, and most importantly, miss you when you're gone. So pursue your goals, cultivate your passions, let your life be full and vibrant. This creates a sense of admiration and even a little mystery. They'll find themselves thinking, "What are they up to now?" Or, "I wonder how that project is going." That curiosity grows into longing. Your purpose-driven life becomes a compelling part of your identity that they want to stay connected with. Ultimately, purposeful living isn't about being too busy for love. It's about being so inspired that your presence becomes something others crave. Your energy draws people in, and when you're not around, they miss not just your company, but the light you bring into their world. When you live with purpose, you're not simply waiting for someone else to occupy your time. You're actively pursuing your goals and making the most of each moment. Living with intention naturally enhances your appeal and mystique. It signals that your life has direction and ambition that extend beyond your relationship. You become someone who is contributing to something bigger, and this depth adds to your charm and admiration in the eyes of others. The Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked that our plans often fail because they lack clear direction. When a person doesn't know which harbor they are sailing toward, no wind is the right one. By setting clear intentions and working toward defined goals, you not only stay focused, but also become more dynamic and captivating. Visualize this. You share exciting stories with your partner about your latest projects, your volunteer initiatives, or your creative passions. As you talk, they see the light in your eyes, the genuine enthusiasm that fuels you. This excitement is contagious, leaving a lasting impact. When you're not around, they begin to miss that infectious energy and the inspiration you radiate. They find themselves eagerly anticipating your next story, the next wave of passion you'll bring to your conversations. In your absence, there's a noticeable void where that vitality once flowed. By choosing to live with purpose, you present yourself as someone constantly evolving and growing. This ever-changing journey keeps your presence fresh and engaging. When you're not there, your partner misses being part of that exciting path. They miss sharing in your victories, challenges, and dreams. So lean into your passions and allow your purposeful life to become a shining example. Show them you're someone who cherishes life and is determined to make a meaningful impact. And keep in mind, when you live with purpose, you'll remain in their thoughts, not just out of love, but out of admiration and a deep appreciation for your zest for living. How does practicing emotional moderation make someone miss you more? It's about establishing a sense of balance and control in the emotional dynamic of the relationship. Thoughtful and restrained emotional expression adds depth and clarity to your interactions. By maintaining emotional moderation, you avoid overwhelming your partner, whether through intense declarations of love or outbursts of frustration. This Stoic approach empowers you to navigate relationship challenges with grace and emotional intelligence, elevating the quality of your emotional connection. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed that the best revenge is simply to be unlike the person who caused you harm. Applied to relationships, this suggests that rather than reacting impulsively or emotionally, you respond with calm, intentional words and actions. Imagine handling a disagreement with patience and clarity. You express your feelings in a genuine way, but not in a manner that feels overbearing or impulsive. This sense of emotional poise allows space for desire and thoughtfulness to grow. Your partner comes to understand that your feelings are real, not just fleeting reactions or emotional impulses. When you're not around, they begin to yearn for that emotional steadiness you bring. They miss the calm confidence in your presence and the way your expressions of love feel meaningful, not rushed or exaggerated. Emotional moderation doesn't mean shutting down or being cold. It means mastering your emotions instead of letting them master you. This inner strength is deeply attractive and cultivates a foundation of trust and admiration. Strive to strike a harmonious balance in how you share your emotions. In doing so, you'll enhance the richness of your interactions and become someone who leaves a lasting, peaceful presence in their life. Remember, in the rhythm of love, it's often the softest notes, the composed and quiet moments that echo the loudest and linger the longest. How does displaying resilience during hard times make someone miss you more? It's about showing that you're capable of navigating life's inevitable challenges with courage and grace, creating a sense of stability and comfort that your partner finds deeply reassuring. Resilience in adversity means facing hardships directly without collapsing under the weight of them. This ability to stand strong not only builds your own character, but also portrays you as someone dependable and unwavering, qualities that naturally draw others closer. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, once said that a gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a person perfected without trials. This timeless truth highlights that overcoming difficulties not only strengthens you, but also makes you more admirable. Think about a situation where you're faced with significant personal challenges, and yet you stay composed and tackle your problems head-on. This measured response garners both respect and deep appreciation from your partner. They witness not just your ability to survive, but to thrive, and that memory lingers even when you're not physically with them. When you're away, the image of your resilience provides a comforting presence in their mind. They recall how grounded and strong you remain in turbulent times and miss the peace and strength you bring into their life. Resilience isn't simply about enduring hardship. It's about emerging from it stronger, with hope and determination intact. It's about maintaining a forward-moving mindset, seeking solutions, and not giving in to despair. This strength is incredibly attractive. It draws your partner to you not only because they love you, but because they are inspired by your ability to remain composed under pressure. Consider how this resilience shows up in your everyday life. Maybe you lose a job, but immediately take proactive steps to find new opportunities, staying hopeful. Or perhaps a family emergency arises and you manage to provide support to others while also maintaining emotional clarity. These instances define who you are and leave a powerful impression. When your partner witnesses this kind of resilience, they see you as a rock, a steady force in their world. This solid presence doesn't just foster respect, it deepens emotional intimacy. They begin to treasure your role in their life as someone who offers stability and dependability. The more they experience this, the more they miss your strength during your absence. Additionally, resilience involves holding on to a positive outlook even during dark times. While it's easy to be upbeat when everything's smooth, the real test is how you carry hope when things fall apart. That quiet optimism becomes a guiding light, not only for you, but for your partner too. It uplifts them, and they miss that sense of reassurance when you're not there. Moreover, demonstrating resilience during challenging times also means maintaining a hopeful and positive mindset. It's simple to stay upbeat when everything is going smoothly, but genuine resilience shines through when you're able to see light even in your darkest hours. This kind of optimism is powerful and has the ability to lift your partner's spirits when they're feeling down. When you're not with them, it's not just your physical presence they long for, but also the hope and positivity you bring into their world. By embodying resilience, you show that you're not merely surviving the storms, you're rising above them, becoming stronger with every step. You become a beacon, someone who not only withstands adversity but leads others by example. This makes each moment you spend together more special and profound, as they eagerly await the comfort and inspiration that comes with your presence. They begin to associate you with feelings of security, strength, and hope, all of which are essential in a healthy and loving relationship. So embrace life's challenges as opportunities to reveal your inner strength and emotional steadiness. Let them see that no matter what life throws at you, you remain grounded and unwavering. Keep in mind that showcasing this kind of resilience keeps you alive in their thoughts, not just as someone they care about, but as a powerful force of love and stability in their life. Your resilience becomes the bedrock of the connection you share, making you irreplaceable and someone they deeply long for when you're not there. Now, let's talk about consistency in character. How can staying true to who you are make someone miss you even more? It's about being a steady, dependable presence in their life while still retaining enough intrigue to keep things exciting. Consistency in character means you don't change with the wind. You are the same authentic person day in and day out, and that predictability builds a strong sense of trust and security in your relationship. As the philosopher Epictetus once advised, first determine what kind of person you want to be, and then take action to live that truth. This commitment to personal integrity means your partner knows exactly who you are and what to expect from you, and that's incredibly reassuring. Imagine how this unfolds in your relationship. You're someone who lives by your principles, follows through on your promises, and consistently treats your partner with respect and care. That kind of reliability doesn't just make you a great partner. It makes you someone they truly depend on and treasure. When you're consistently kind, honest, and supportive, your partner can relax into the relationship, knowing they can count on you. And when you're not there, they feel the absence of that dependable energy. Your steady character has become an essential part of their emotional world. But being consistent doesn't mean you become boring or completely predictable. There's still plenty of room for fun, spontaneity, and surprise. It could be a spontaneous date night, a small but thoughtful gift, or a funny message that brightens their day. These little surprises layered on top of your solid foundation keep the connection alive and dynamic. You become the best of both worlds, reliable and exciting. Think about the deeper impact of maintaining this consistency in values and behavior. Your partner knows that no matter what uncertainties life throws at them, you'll remain the same supportive, loving person. That kind of stability is rare and precious. And when you're not around, it's this steady presence they miss, the one who brings calm, love, and reliability into their life. But the occasional dose of spontaneity ensures that the relationship doesn't fall into routine. It's like keeping the fire burning steadily while also adding a spark now and then to make it dance. Maybe you plan a surprise weekend away or leave a heartfelt note for them to find. These small acts show that you're not just consistent, you're also capable of delighting them in unexpected ways. This thoughtful combination ensures they look forward to both your grounding presence and the joy you bring through these delightful moments. They don't just miss your constancy, they miss the energy, creativity, and joy that you inject into their life. So, let consistency in your character be the strong, dependable core of who you are. And every now and then, let a spark of spontaneity bring excitement and fun to the relationship. This blend makes you someone who isn't just missed for being solid and trustworthy, but also anticipated for the little surprises that make life beautiful. Being on their mind tomorrow means building a relationship rooted in trust but kept vibrant by moments of wonder and joy. Your partner will admire the stability you offer and look forward to the unexpected happiness you bring. In closing, fully embrace the importance of character consistency while leaving room for moments of playful unpredictability. It's this special mix that makes you unforgettable and deeply missed. Your partner will treasure the dependable foundation you provide and look forward to the exciting little things you do to keep love fresh and alive. This dynamic ensures that you're not just remembered, but deeply cherished, always occupying a special place in their heart and thoughts. Before you head out, make sure to give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Be part of our community here at Power Stoic Habits, where we dive into powerful lessons on how Stoicism can enrich your daily life. And hey, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below and type "on their mind tomorrow" to show you're committed to becoming someone who's not just remembered today, but every day. It's a simple, fun way to affirm your journey, and who knows, your comment might just be the first thing someone thinks about when they wake up tomorrow. Your support helps us grow and reach more people who could use the wisdom of these timeless Stoic teachings. It also lets me see who's really putting these ideas into practice and transforming their relationships with purpose and heart. Thanks for watching, and always remember to keep those Stoic values close, stay grounded in your truth, and let your character be your compass. With these principles guiding you, you won't just be remembered, you'll be impossible to forget. Becoming someone who is missed is about enriching your own life and becoming the kind of person who leaves a lasting impression. Every principle we explored today is a step toward building richer, more enduring relationships that can stand the test of time. Until we meet again, keep cultivating the habits that make your life not only valuable, but truly unforgettable. Stay strong, stay resilient, and let your unique Stoic grace shine through every interaction. Your path to becoming someone who's deeply missed starts now, and I can't wait to see how you make it real. Take care, and I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever felt like your mind is an open notebook filled with 1,000 tabs all running at once, yet none of them actually helpful? You're definitely not alone in feeling this way. In today's fast-paced world, overthinking has practically become a full-time sport, though unfortunately not a healthy one. We've been conditioned to believe that if we're not constantly solving a problem, then we're being unproductive. But here's the truth. That very mindset is what's draining you. Let me share a secret with you, one that's both simple and powerful. You don't need to overthink to live well. In this video, we'll explore how Stoic philosophy offers 10 transformative strategies to protect your mental energy from bursting like a birthday piñata. Stick around until the end, because the final strategy might just surprise you. It's based on a truth we often overlook. Less really is more. And once you start detoxifying your mind from the clutter of useless thoughts, you'll gain something incredibly valuable: inner peace. So if you're ready to stop being a captive to your own thoughts, come along on this journey of clarity. And yes, letting go is the first step. But before we dive into the strategies, let me tell you a story that will help you fully grasp the wisdom behind this message. There was once a young traveler named Lucas who set off on a long journey in search of wisdom. After walking many roads and meeting all kinds of people, he finally arrived at a secluded monastery nestled high in the mountains. There, he met an elderly teacher known for his unshakable calm and mental clarity. Lucas, exhausted and burdened by a whirlwind of thoughts, knelt before the teacher and asked for help. "Master, I can't quiet my mind," he said. "My thoughts overwhelm me. I can't rest or enjoy the moment. How can I find peace?" Without saying a word, the teacher handed Lucas a cup and began to pour tea into it. The tea reached the brim and then began to spill over, flooding the table. Lucas, startled, said, "Master, the cup is full. It can't take any more." The teacher smiled and replied, "Exactly. That's how your mind is, so full that nothing else can enter. To find peace, you must first empty the cup." At that moment, Lucas realized that his thoughts had been piling up like the overflowing tea, one after the other, until they drowned out his calm. The first step to detoxifying his mind was clear. He had to release the unnecessary. The teacher then shared 3 simple yet powerful strategies to help Lucas begin this process. First, breathe and observe your breath. The breath is your anchor to the present moment. When you focus on it, your mind is gently pulled away from the chaos of constant thinking. Take a few minutes each day to breathe deeply, to simply observe your thoughts as they come and go, without judgment and without clinging to any of them. Second, write and release. Sometimes your thoughts need a place to go. Writing them down creates that space. It's like tidying up a messy room. Putting pen to paper helps clear your mind of the clutter and frees you from unnecessary worries. Lastly, focus on what's essential. Not all thoughts are worth your time. Learn to distinguish between what truly matters and what's just noise. As Stoic wisdom teaches, don't waste energy on things outside of your control. Let go of what doesn't depend on you and turn your attention to what you can change. With time, Lucas began practicing these principles. His mind slowly grew quieter, and the mental storm he once carried began to subside. Now, whenever he faced inner turmoil, he remembered, empty the cup, because peace of mind doesn't come from trying to control every thought. It comes from knowing how to let go. Now let's begin with the first strategy, the art of letting go. Let's be honest, we've all been stuck in that dark place in our minds where questions like what could have been and what should happen pile up, leaving us emotionally drained. Often we cling to these thoughts as if our entire life depends on them. But here's a question for you. That thing you keep replaying in your head, can you even control it? If not, then why let it torment you? Yes, I know. It's easier said than done, but here we're going to talk about practical ways to stop being a prisoner of your thoughts and start clearing space in your mind. Because, believe it or not, letting go is the very first step. One of life's biggest ironies is this: the more you try to control everything, the more you realize how little you actually can. You spend your days planning for every possible outcome, anticipating problems that might never happen, and you miss out on living in the moment. It's like trying to stop the wind with your bare hands. The Stoics called this kind of mental exhaustion a waste of vital energy. Epictetus, one of Stoicism's great teachers, said life is made up of two categories: what depends on you and what doesn't. And yet, we spend the majority of our time obsessing over things we can't change. Letting go of control isn't about giving up, it's about becoming smarter with how we use our energy. Think of uncertainty as an uninvited guest at your party. At first, it annoys you, but after a while, you stop resisting and learn to coexist. When you stop fighting the unpredictable, you start to free your mind. Try this. Imagine wearing a pair of glasses that only let the truly important things through. When a negative or useless thought appears, ask yourself, is this truly important? Can I do anything about it? If the answer is no, then let it go. It's not worth the space it takes up in your head. Think of it as spring cleaning. You wouldn't keep broken things or junk in your home, so why do it in your mind? Also, remember that your mind can behave like an unleashed dog, and your thoughts are the sticks you keep throwing. The solution is simple. Stop throwing the sticks. Bring your mind back to the present, over and over again, until it becomes your new habit. Mindfulness is a powerful way to ground yourself. It's not about having a blank mind, but learning not to be dragged away by every little worry or fear. Accept, too, that you can't please everyone. Trying to do so is like trying to catch water with your hands. In the end, you'll just feel exhausted and frustrated. Letting go doesn't mean you're quitting. It means you're choosing to protect your peace. It's a conscious decision to stop wasting energy on things that don't serve your growth. Stoic philosophy teaches us that true freedom doesn't come from controlling everything. It comes from controlling how we respond to what we can't change. Paradoxically, the way to stop overthinking is to stop trying to control what can't be controlled. So when life asks you to let go, do it with grace, because only by doing so can you truly move forward. And take this to heart, my friend, those who learn to let go are the ones who truly learn how to live. Now let's talk about something incredibly simple but often forgotten: a minute of silence. Have you ever tried to put out a fire by throwing more fuel onto it? Of course not. So why do we try to solve mental chaos by thinking even more, as if giving it one more round of thoughts will finally bring clarity? What if I told you that the smartest thing you can do in those moments is stop? Yes, you heard me. Just stop. There's real magic in conscious pauses. A brief moment of silence, if done with intention, can detox your mind better than any self-help book on the market. We live in a world that moves so fast, we've forgotten one of the most healing acts: to simply breathe. And no, I'm not talking about the automatic breathing you do without thinking. I mean taking a moment to pause, to let everything go, and to simply be. Sounds scary, doesn't it? Because we've been told that being busy equals being productive, that if we're not fixing a problem, we're wasting time. But that's where we're wrong. Sometimes what we really need isn't more thinking. It's a break from thinking altogether. Taking a conscious pause is like switching your phone to airplane mode. The messages and notifications are still out there, but you choose when to reconnect. This pause is a simple, effective tool for mental clarity, a reset that the Stoics deeply believed in. They called it contemplation, because honestly, What good is constant thinking if your head is just a tossed salad of badly dressed worries? The next time your thoughts are racing 1,000 miles an hour, take a moment to stop. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath. Let your thoughts drift past like cars on a busy highway. Don't try to catch them, don't wrestle with them, and don't analyze them. Just watch them come and go. This simple exercise is like switching off the TV when the channels are full of static. Stop being the overzealous detective examining every inch of your mind. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is not try to solve everything. Imagine your mind as a fogged-up window. If you keep wiping it furiously, trying to see clearly, you'll only smear it more. Instead, let time clear it up naturally. With patience, the view becomes sharp again. Remember how, as a child, boredom often opened the door to creativity. You're not being told to chase boredom, but rather to embrace moments of doing nothing. Because, paradoxically, doing nothing often does the most. Stillness is where your greatest ideas begin to breathe. Set aside just 5 minutes each day to sit in total silence. No phone, no music, no distractions, just you and the quiet. You don't need to meditate or become a monk, just allow the silence to speak. You'll be surprised at what it teaches you. The real issue isn't that you think too much, it's that you don't know when or how to stop. And that, my friend, is what drains you. Practicing conscious pauses is like letting your mental soup rest, allowing the flavors to blend naturally. You don't need all the answers right now. Sometimes the wisest response is simply to pause, to let things settle. From that stillness, you'll gain a clearer perspective. A clear mind doesn't mean a mind that's never full. It means one that knows how to release what it no longer needs. As Paulo Coelho once said, the solution often isn't in finding more answers, but in creating enough space for the answers to arrive on their own. Clear your mind with Stoic philosophy. Ask yourself how often you've gotten trapped in mental loops, obsessing over things that don't even deserve your time or energy. You're not alone. The human mind is like a hyperactive child on a sugar rush, constantly jumping, worrying, over-analyzing. But the Stoics, those wise old souls with calm eyes and flowing robes, held the secret to quieting the noise and redirecting focus to what truly matters. They taught that thinking less doesn't mean being shallow. It means knowing how to sort out what's worth your attention and what isn't. Why not train your mind the way you'd train your body? Stop overthinking everything. Learn to live lighter. One way to do this is to adopt what you might call a mental remote control. Just like you'd switch channels when something boring or distressing is on TV, do the same with your thoughts. When you're stuck in worry and mental reruns, change the channel in your mind. Another Stoic method is what they called negative visualization. Ask yourself, what's the worst that could happen? Imagine it, really see it, and then let it go. It's like preparing for a storm. You carry your umbrella just in case, but you don't spend all day staring at the sky. You get on with your life. Also, learn to simplify. Not every problem needs a deep investigation. Not every moment needs a solution. Your mind is like a suitcase. If you stuff it with things you don't need, every step becomes heavier. Choose only what truly matters. Let go of the mental baggage that serves no purpose, and practice silence. Not the kind where you simply stop talking, but the kind where you stop overthinking. Just be. Don't ask why you feel a certain way or what you should do about it. Just sit with whatever is present in that moment. The Stoics spoke about living in harmony with nature And that includes accepting reality as it is, without piling on extra thoughts that only make things more complicated. At the end of the day, peace of mind is not about having an empty head, but about thinking with intention, less noise, more clarity. Living more isn't about packing your days with activities, it's about reducing the internal chatter. Train your mind to focus on what matters. That's where true freedom lies. Start by thinking less, but thinking better. Epictetus once said the goal isn't to have fewer worries, but to be more selective about which ones we choose to entertain. Every day, life can feel like an all-you-can-eat buffet of decisions. So many choices, so many mental dishes laid out before you, and in the end, you often end up overloaded, stuffed with more than you actually wanted. That's what happens when we don't create mental boundaries, when every little decision becomes an exhausting puzzle. But here's something that might help. Just make 3 solid decisions each day. That's all. Fewer choices, less stress, more clarity. It may sound too simple to be true, but this is Stoic wisdom in action. Your first decision of the day should be to limit the unnecessary. Let's be honest. Most decisions we face are pointless. How many times have you stood in front of your fridge wondering what to eat, or stared at your closet trying to decide what to wear? Cut that out. Build routines that strip away those trivial choices. Decide your meals ahead of time. Pick out your clothes for the week. The mental relief from not sweating the small stuff is huge. The Stoics understood that peace of mind comes from simplicity. The calmest people you know, they're not calm by accident. They've cleared their lives of unnecessary complications. And when you clear out the clutter, your mind naturally quiets down. Your second daily decision is about focusing your energy. Think of your attention like a flashlight. If you aim it everywhere, the light weakens. If you point it at one thing, it shines with intensity. Decide what you're not going to think about today. You don't have to solve every problem at once. You don't have to consider every outcome of every action. Pick one thing that matters. Focus on that. Let the rest wait. This isn't laziness, it's wisdom. If your mind is jumping from thought to thought, it's like trying to fill a bathtub with a strainer. You're working, but nothing sticks. Get focused, and mental overload begins to disappear. The third decision is just as crucial. Choose to rest your mind. Not necessarily by taking a nap, though that's not a bad idea, but by consciously stepping away from your mental whirlwind. Let yourself disconnect, even briefly. Give yourself permission to breathe. Take 5 minutes to stare out the window. No agenda, just rest. You don't need to meditate for 2 hours. Just stop. Even if it's only for a few moments, that silence is like a reset button. The Stoics never promised a life without chaos, but they did teach how to find calm inside yourself. If your mind is peaceful, the world outside can't shake you as easily. Less is more. Reduce useless decisions. Focus your energy. Prioritize rest. You'll notice how the weight you carry in your mind begins to fade. You can't control the wind, but you can always adjust your sails. And when you do, you'll feel the difference. Remember, simplifying doesn't mean you're less capable. It means you're smarter with your energy. Stoic wisdom reminds us that real freedom isn't about having endless options. It's about knowing when to say enough. Think about how satisfying it feels to throw out trash. There's something almost sacred in the act of clearing space, removing what's no longer useful. Your mind needs the same treatment. Every day we accumulate mental waste, useless thoughts, unproductive worries, and nagging doubts that grow bigger the more attention we give them. But just like you wouldn't let your home fill up with garbage, you shouldn't allow your mind to do the same. The problem is that mental clutter is sneaky. It builds up quietly, like a virus running in the background, draining your peace, your concentration, and your energy. We take in so much news, opinions, other people's problems, and without realizing it, our minds become emotional landfills. So ask yourself, what systems do you have in place to filter what enters and stays in your head? That's where Stoic clarity comes in. By filtering your thoughts, by being mindful of what you allow to settle in your mental space, you can protect your peace and reclaim your energy. Let go of what doesn't serve you. Don't hoard thoughts like old junk. Instead, clean house, mentally and emotionally, and make room for clarity, calm, and the kind of life you really want to live. You might believe that your thoughts are beyond your control, but think of it this way. If you can decide what music to play on the radio, if you can choose to turn off loud reggaeton blaring on a Sunday, then surely you can also choose which thoughts to entertain and which ones to release. It starts by locating the mental junkyard in your mind. The Stoics emphasized putting your attention on what is within your control, and your thoughts fall into that category. So, when you catch yourself looping over something you cannot change, try visualizing that thought as an empty, noisy, rusty can, utterly useless. Then toss it out, or better yet, recycle it into something constructive. Set aside intentional time each day to unplug. This doesn't mean you have to completely abandon social media. That's not realistic. But it does mean setting boundaries. 20 minutes of news is more than enough to stay informed. The world keeps spinning, whether you obsess over every detail or not. Your job is to live your life, not to absorb the chaos. If you're constantly worrying about what tomorrow might bring, here's a simple but powerful technique. Anchor yourself in the now. The next time you're overwhelmed by all that needs to be done next week or next month, pause and ask yourself, what is one small, concrete action I can take right now? That small, present-focused move will start to dissolve that anticipatory anxiety. Just like you take out the garbage from your home, start taking out the trash in your head. Stop hoarding useless thoughts, and instead, recycle the ones that offer something of value. Remember, Stoic philosophy teaches that it's not what happens to us that defines our experience. It's how we respond. Treat your mind as the precious space that it is. Fill it with what nourishes you, not emotional waste that depletes you. Let this sink in. Your mind is like a room. Declutter it of what no longer serves you and make space for what truly matters. Less screen time, more real life. Be honest. How many times have you fallen into the trap of saying, just one more scroll, or let's see what else is there, like someone unconsciously reaching for another cookie and suddenly realizing they've finished the whole packet? You don't even notice that while your finger moves across the screen, your mind is becoming saturated with noise. Then, when you need your brain to focus on something meaningful, you discover there's no room left. You've become a passive observer of life, but not your life. Each time you dive into that endless stream of memes, updates, and headlines, it's not just your time you're losing. You're sacrificing your ability to disconnect, to reflect, to concentrate. Every swipe gives you a tiny dopamine hit, a fleeting pleasure like a piece of candy for your brain. But over time, this leaves you feeling hollower than fulfilled. The Stoics knew that inner peace doesn't come from distractions. It comes from mastering your mind and focusing on what's essential. But today's world seems designed to push you in the opposite direction. It wants you to flee from silence, to fill every moment with stimulation. What you might not realize is that this constant overload is what leaves you feeling so tired. Think about your routine. You wake up and immediately check your notifications. You eat while glued to a screen. At night, the last thing you look at before sleeping is your phone. Isn't it absurd that a device dictates every moment of your day? It's like being tethered to a machine that drains you more than it entertains or relaxes you. But what if I told you that you could start freeing yourself from this digital trap with small, intentional actions? You don't need to move to the mountains or permanently power off your phone, though that might sound tempting. Just start by taking short, conscious breaks throughout your day. Create little islands of calm by setting the phone aside, even if only for a few minutes. These pauses are like a reset button, returning your mind to its natural, grounded state, like a digital breath of fresh air. You can also set time limits for your social media use, like someone deciding in advance how many cookies to eat. It's easy to lose track of time online, but once you put boundaries in place, you'll begin to realize how much mental space you can reclaim. The Stoics valued moderation in all things, including technology. And please, don't fear silence. What terrifies us isn't the absence of noise, but the confrontation with ourselves, with the thoughts we've buried under the avalanche of distractions. Yet silence is exactly what your mind needs in order to heal and detox. Allow yourself to sit with your thoughts. Let them move through you. You'll begin to see everything with more clarity. And hey, here's a radical idea. Go for a walk without your phone. Really, no photos, no messages, just you and the world. It's more liberating than you might imagine. You don't need to document every moment. Just be in it. Suddenly the world feels wider, more real. It's a small rebellion against digital dependence and a powerful way to reconnect with yourself. The digital world was designed to grab your attention, but that doesn't mean you have to surrender your life to a screen. You hold the power to unplug, to find stillness in the chaos. As the Stoics would put it, true freedom isn't about turning off your phone. It's about mastering your mind so that external noise doesn't run the show. Listen closely. True rest isn't found by shutting down a screen, but by switching on your ability to live fully in the present. Take a breath and reset. Have you noticed how, in the middle of a whirlwind of thoughts, the first thing we forget to do is breathe? You might find yourself spinning in the same mental loops, lost in your usual worries, or juggling 100 thoughts at once. Yet the idea of simply stopping to breathe never crosses your mind. It's as if our brains are wired to overwhelm us, like modern Stoics facing the storm without the calm they once practiced. Breathing might seem too simple, too basic to be useful. Like, how could something so easy help you detox from something as complicated as mental exhaustion? But here's the truth. It's exactly what you need. Think of your mind like a computer that's been overworked. What do you do when it freezes? You shut it down and reboot. The same logic applies to your brain. When it's overloaded, a moment of mindful breathing acts as your personal reset button. When you're overthinking, your breath goes shallow and automatic. But if you intentionally take over, you can pause the mental noise. Inhale deeply, hold it, and then exhale slowly. Each breath becomes a small act of decluttering. Each exhale releases a bit of the mental garbage you've been storing up. That's how real detox begins, one breath at a time. Picture yourself as a Stoic sage, serene and wise in the face of modern madness. Breathe the way they might have. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, and exhale for 4. It's such a simple rhythm, it feels almost silly, but it forces your mind to slow down, to break free from the frenzy. This kind of conscious breathing doesn't just calm you, it sharpens your awareness and helps you see life with greater clarity. Now imagine that every time your mind feels ready to explode, you open an imaginary window, not a physical one, but a mental release. You pause, breathe deeply, and let that mental fog escape through that invisible opening. It's an immediate relief, both symbolic and real. And then there's the easiest, most accessible trick of all, your reset ritual. Each morning, before heavy thoughts get a chance to settle in, take 3 intentional breaths. Inhale, exhale, with full presence. It's like prepping your brain to run smoothly for the day ahead. Try doing this before any major task, conversation, or stressful moment. Whenever chaos approaches, pause and breathe. This doesn't cost time or money, it just takes presence. In a world flooded with noise, simply connecting with your breath is one of the most powerful and effortless ways to return to yourself. So the next time you feel lost in thought, remember, breathing is not just a sign of life. It's also the easiest way to begin again. As Mario Alonso wisely says, whoever controls their breath controls their mind. It's funny, isn't it? How we sometimes get so worked up over things that don't even matter, as if we were waging our own personal Trojan war. Maybe your coworker didn't greet you, or your favorite show had a disappointing finale, or your neighbor decided to blast reggaeton at 8 a.m. on a Saturday. And there you are, turning your emotions into a battlefield, fighting over something that, if you paused for a moment and looked at it clearly, probably doesn't even deserve a second of your attention. Here's a hard truth that's worth remembering. Not everything is worth your time or energy. Picture your energy as a glass of water. Every drop represents your mental and emotional strength. Now ask yourself, would you rather pour those drops into watering a flourishing garden, or waste them trying to put out fires that were never yours to begin with? Choosing your battles is a constant exercise in setting priorities. If you spend your strength fighting every little conflict, you'll eventually be drained when it's time to face the ones that truly matter. It's like trying to juggle 10 balls at once. Sooner or later, one will drop. Stoic philosophy has always been clear on this point. While you can't control what happens around you, you absolutely can control how you respond. So, why not bring this into your daily life? It's easy to fall into the trap of wanting to resolve everything, as though you're the main character in a self-improvement drama. But here's the reality. You don't need to respond to every challenge. Some things are simply not worth engaging in. Ask yourself this simple yet powerful question. Is this situation going to matter to me in a week, a month, or a year? If the answer is no, you already know what to do. Let it go. Release it, just like you would let go of a balloon that no longer serves a purpose in your life. The more you practice this, the better you'll get at recognizing what's truly worth your time and what's just mental clutter. Reducing the number of unnecessary battles you fight isn't weakness. It's a method of mental detox. Because the less energy you waste on the trivial, the more you'll have for the meaningful. Imagine your mind as a closet that's overstuffed with junk. The only way to make room for thoughts that truly matter is by clearing out the old, useless worries. Sometimes, real strength comes from not stepping into conflict at all. Not every issue requires an epic response or sleepless nights. The wise, the Stoics included, understood the importance of discerning which problems deserve attention. When you stop reacting to things that don't hold real significance, you'll be amazed at how much peace begins to surface in your life. Life isn't just a series of endless battles. It's about learning to choose which ones are actually worth your effort. As Seneca wisely said, knowing when not to act is one of the greatest signs of wisdom. And here's something else to consider. Do less to achieve more. We live in a world that glorifies being constantly busy. Multitasking is hailed as a superpower, but what if I told you that this belief is actually a myth? That's right. Doing many things at once doesn't make you more productive. It makes you more distracted. Think of a fly darting around, uncertain of where to land. That's what multitasking does to your mind. Sometimes the real key to being productive is doing less. We've been sold the lie that handling multiple tasks simultaneously is the hallmark of efficiency. But the truth? You end up doing everything poorly. It's like trying to cook, have a phone conversation, and watch your favorite show all at once. In the end, the food turns out bland, you miss half the show, and your friend doesn't even feel heard. Multitasking robs you of your most precious resource, your attention. The Stoics had already figured this out centuries ago. Focus is power. That's why Marcus Aurelius didn't write his meditations while playing a game of chess. Deep focus means pouring all your energy into one thing at a time. But to do that, you first have to detox your mind from the chaos of modern life. Begin by doing just one thing at a time. Sounds simple, right? But really think about it. How often do you have 20 browser tabs open just in case? Learning to focus on a single task not only boosts your productivity, it significantly lowers your stress levels. It's like listening to one song and savoring every note without being pulled away by distractions. That's how you should go through your day, task by task, fully present. Don't let your attention be hijacked by trivial matters. Also, look around you. Your environment matters. If your workspace is full of clutter, papers, old coffee cups, sticky notes, it's no wonder your mind feels overwhelmed. Mess in your physical space creates mess in your mental space. Clear it out. Give your brain room to breathe. This idea is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. Simplicity and detachment from the superfluous. Even your digital space needs cleaning. Every notification is like a thief stealing a piece of your focus. If you really want to detox your mind, start by turning off those unnecessary alerts. Trust me, nothing is that urgent, and if it is, you'll find out soon enough. In time, you'll begin to reclaim your ability to concentrate. And don't underestimate the power of taking breaks. We've been conditioned to believe that constant activity equals productivity, but the opposite is often true. Your best ideas come when your mind is calm, not overloaded. Give yourself the permission to pause, to be still, to do absolutely nothing. Let your thoughts flow or dissolve entirely. Seneca said it well. True strength lies in the stillness of the soul. Mental clarity lives in those quiet spaces. The paradox of doing is that when you try to do it all, you end up accomplishing very little. The answer? Do less, but do it with intention and excellence. Simplify your life. Focus on what truly matters. As the Stoics showed us, a simple life is the path to genuine peace. One day, when you're older and wiser, you'll look back and realize that clarity didn't come from doing more. It came from learning to do less. And finally, understand this. Your mind is not a storage room. It's not a place to stash every single thought, worry, or problem as if they were boxes stacked on top of one another. boxes you can't even remember why you kept. What happens when a storage room gets too full? It overflows. Chaos takes over. The same thing happens to your mind when you insist on holding on to everything. Each thought, each problem, doesn't need to take up permanent residence in your head. Your mind is like a container, and every container needs to be emptied from time to time. Unfortunately, no one ever teaches us how to do that. So every night, you lay in bed with your mind buzzing, trying to recall if you sent that email, where you left your keys, or why someone didn't reply to your message fast enough. And so the mental accumulation continues, night after night. You become like a hamster running endlessly on a wheel of thoughts. But here's what matters. You need to learn how to empty that mental space before the day ends. No, it's not some kind of magic trick. The Stoics already had the answer. Not every thought deserves space in your mind. You can't control everything, but you can decide how you respond. That's where your power lies. Imagine making it a daily ritual. Right before bed, you do a little mental housekeeping. Just like sweeping the dusty corners of a room, you clear out the clutter from your head. One of the easiest ways to do this is through a technique called mind dumping. Grab a piece of paper or open your notes app and write down everything that's on your mind. Don't worry about making sense of it. Just let it all out, like emptying a shopping cart filled with random, unnecessary things. Another technique is visualization. Close your eyes and picture each thought as a cloud slowly floating across the sky. Don't hold on to them. Don't try to analyze. Just watch them pass by. Remember, not every cloud brings a storm. Not every thought needs to stay. True rest begins when your mind is at ease, not when the clock strikes a certain hour. Make mental decluttering a habit, and soon your brain will learn to release what it doesn't need. You are not a storage room. Your mind doesn't have to be cluttered like one. At the end of the day, all you really need is a clear mental space, one where peace can lie beside you instead of your worries. Like my grandfather used to say, what you don't let go of ends up weighing you down. What you don't clean out will eventually suffocate you. If you've made it this far, I invite you to write in the comments, "Not everything needs an answer." I'm eager to hear your own victories and experiences. Don't forget to subscribe, hit that notification bell, and comment. This helps YouTube recognize the value of this content and lets us keep creating meaningful messages for people like you. Thank you truly for your time and support. See you in the next video. Top of form, bottom of form. Today, we are going to explore the golden rules of Stoicism through these videos, dedicating an hour to delve into the timeless wisdom of Marcus Aurelius and the fundamental principles that have the potential to change our lives. We will discuss how this ancient philosophy can be applied in the modern world to help us navigate daily challenges and discover deeper meaning in our existence. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I kindly ask for your support by subscribing and liking the video so that I can continue to create more content like this in the future. As we embark on this journey, I encourage you to reflect on your own life and examine your beliefs. Think about how the principles of Stoicism might help you achieve greater mental clarity, lasting inner peace, and a deeper connection with the world around you. Get ready to immerse yourself in the wisdom of the Stoics, to learn timeless lessons that will guide you toward a fuller, more meaningful life. This journey is not only about exploring Stoicism, but also about transforming your perspective and discovering a path to true happiness and inner fulfillment. Let us begin this journey together, seeking discovery and transformation. Additionally, If you're looking to unlock your true potential and gain control over your emotions, I encourage you to check out our ebook, The Power of the Mind. You can access it through the link in the first pinned comment. Now, let's dive into the world of Stoicism and explore the 7 habits that weaken you, habits you should eliminate immediately from your life. The world we live in is full of traps, waiting to steal away your masculine power. Everywhere you look, from the movies and shows promoted on Netflix to the types of people being idolized today, nothing escapes the control of the elites who seek to manipulate your mind. Men are being brainwashed to accept weakness. There's a famous story about a lion that I want you to hear, which illustrates the dangers of this manipulation. If this is your first time on my channel, I ask you once again to support by subscribing and liking the video, as it will help me create more content like this in the future. Once upon a time, there was a fierce lion who was feared by all. One day, the lion fell in love with a farmer's daughter. However, the farmer hated the lion, and when he found out about the lion's affection for his daughter, he wanted to do everything he could to stop it. The cunning farmer called the lion to meet him and told him that he would only allow him to marry his daughter on one condition, that the lion would give up his sharp claws for her safety. The lion thought it was a small price to pay for such a great reward, so he went to a rock and broke his claws. The next day, he returned to the farmer and said, "I've given up my claws. Now please give me your daughter's hand in marriage." But the farmer then told him there was one more thing he needed to do: give up his sharp teeth and fangs. The lion, still thinking this was a small price to pay, broke his teeth and fangs. The following day, when he returned to the farmer attacked him and killed him, as the lion was now defenseless. All that made the lion strong had been given up voluntarily, one by one. Remember, brothers, the world you live in today is no different. There are powerful forces at play that have carefully constructed a system designed to keep you enslaved to your desires and impulses. And here's the harsh truth. While you may blame the farmer or the elites, it was ultimately the lion who chose to obey them willingly. Strength is a virtue that all men should strive for, whether in their financial lives, careers, or romantic relationships. Every man naturally wants to feel dominant, strong, and powerful, because that's who you truly are. All men desire a strong sense of drive, but many of us fail to achieve it because we indulge in behaviors that prevent us from becoming the strong men we were meant to be. Today, many men complain about everything. They waste money on drugs and pornography and apologize for things that don't require apologies. They develop habits that weaken them. The first habit that weakens you is making fun of others. This is a point not many people talk about, but as a man of high value, you should never look down on others. By belittling others, you may think you are elevating your own status, but in reality, you are showing insecurity and disrespect. This is a crucial aspect, often overlooked when discussing authentic masculinity. Perhaps you've heard the example of the bucket of crabs. When one crab tries to escape, the others pull it back down. Similarly, when someone is trying to improve their life or reach a goal, others might feel uncomfortable or jealous. This type of attitude is neither constructive nor honorable. If you find yourself making fun of others, remember that you are actually beneath them. Of course, this doesn't mean you shouldn't correct others when necessary, but you should do so with respect and without malice. A true man teaches and guides his brothers without grudges or hidden motives, offering constructive criticism and valuable advice for growth. Remember what Mike Tyson says about social media. It has made it too easy to look down on people without facing the consequences. The second habit that weakens you is failing to accept responsibility. Returning to the story of the lion and the farmer's daughter, the reason the lion ultimately loses everything is that he forgot his responsibility. His responsibility was to live like a lion, to keep his sharp claws, which were part of what made him a lion. But he chose to abandon that responsibility. The same happens in your life. Embrace your responsibilities with pride. Responsibilities are not burdens, but an essential part of who we are. I want you to repeat after me. I will honor my responsibilities with pride, because they are what make me a man. The day you choose to escape your responsibilities is the day you abandon your masculinity. Memorize this quote. The price of greatness is responsibility. This not only strengthens your identity as a man, but also contributes to the well-being of those around you. Responsibility should not be avoided, but embraced as a path to greatness and the fulfillment of your potential. The third habit that weakens you is fleeing from failure. Many men today choose comfort over growth. But growth is painful and often hides behind failure. There's a famous story about a man who digs for diamonds, not knowing that deep beneath the surface lies the treasure he seeks. At first, all he encounters is dirt, but he continues digging. After hours or even days, he finally uncovers the diamonds. Remember, brothers, failure is not the end. If you view failure as the end, you will never succeed at anything. Think about anything worth having. For example, starting a business might involve many so-called failures as you try to learn and attract customers. But if you stay in the game and don't run from these temporary setbacks, you will eventually grow. The same applies to relationships. When you first approach women, you may seem awkward or unsure, but success lies behind these temporary failures. These are small prices a strong man must pay to achieve success. We are often taught as children to be ashamed of our mistakes and failures and to justify them by blaming others. You might say, "It's not my fault," or "That person is the one to blame." These are the thoughts of a weak man. Remember this quote, "A weak man is one who blames others for his failures." Lastly, submission to futile laws is the fourth habit that weakens you. A coward always aligns with the majority, even when their views are clearly incorrect. The most troubling part of this is that even a man of high value, who should be standing firm in his own beliefs, submits to these pointless and damaging laws and societal norms. A man of high value, however, takes the time to examine and critically assess everything before making decisions. Today's society has conditioned us to avoid judgment, to conform to the belief that we should never judge or act in certain ways, but this mentality is spiraling out of control. By adhering blindly to these expectations, you become a puppet, a mere experiment for those who design these agendas and laws. Obeying authority isn't inherently wrong, but you should only submit to what aligns with your purpose, your mission. Above all, remember that nothing beyond God is above the law of the Almighty. Ask yourself if you are easily intimidated and whether you strive to please everyone. For some men, this can be incredibly difficult. Learning to say no is crucial. When you act according to the truth, you'll realize that the world won't fall apart around you. I've witnessed many men live in fear within their marriages, as if their wives were tyrants, and they dare not speak up or correct them. This is a clear example of weak submission. Another sign of weakness is poor body language, which plays a crucial role in how we are perceived by others. This includes nonverbal cues, such as your handshake, eye contact, posture, how you walk, and how you interact during conversations. People will quickly perceive whether you are a strong or weak man based on your body language. In today's world, where certain agendas have been turned against traditionally strong masculinity, it is more important than ever for men to be aware of their body language. Being intentional with your body is essential. This means striving to project an image of confidence, strength, and determination. Maintain an upright and confident posture, walk with purpose, and ensure you make solid eye contact during interactions. Your body language is your first impression, the cover letter of who you are, even before you speak. It can influence how others perceive you and how they treat you. If you present yourself as a strong and confident man, people are less likely to take advantage of you. This skill is invaluable for any man striving to succeed, whether personally or professionally. The next issue is wasting time, particularly during your younger years, which are often referred to as the golden years, your 20s and 30s. These are the years when you should be building, growing, and investing in yourself. Think of a farmer who plants a seed. He does not expect it to bear fruit the next day. In your 20s, you must plant the seeds of spiritual, emotional, and physical growth. But don't expect immediate results. Just keep sowing, and before you know it, you'll have cultivated a forest of achievements that will attract the right opportunities. When I say sow, I mean you must challenge yourself. This doesn't mean overworking yourself to exhaustion, but rather taking advantage of the energy and opportunities available to you at a young age. You may feel like you're missing out on social opportunities, but resist that temptation. You may not fully understand the importance of this now, but as you age, you'll be grateful for the choices you made. Solomon, the wisest man to ever live, had this to say about youth. "Rejoice, O young man, in your youth, and let your heart cheer you in the days of your youth. Walk in the ways of your heart and the sight of your eyes, but know that for all these things God will bring you into judgment." Another common trap for men is laziness and unproductivity. How we structure our days and manage our time can significantly impact our journey toward success and self-improvement. Questions such as what time you go to bed, what time you wake up, and how you organize your day are crucial. These are not secondary concerns to address when you find free time. They should be part of your intentional strategy for success. The powerful do not leave any area of their lives to chance. Everything is planned. Similarly, every part of your day, the people you associate with, and the content you consume must be intentionally chosen. If your thoughts are not in line with your goals, you open yourself to negative influences. Laziness is a dangerous enemy for men today. A man may have countless ideas related to business or life, but if he does not act on them, he allows laziness to gradually infiltrate his life, and before he knows it, it holds him back from progress. Remember, laziness can only succeed against weak men. A man of high value quickly identifies laziness and addresses it head-on. Always be vigilant against it and combat it as soon as possible. In today's world, weakness is glorified and sought after, but strength remains your greatest virtue. Strength should be sought in every opportunity. Understand that God is your greatest source of strength, and every day provides chances to grow and move toward your goals. It's up to you to make the most of those opportunities in a focused and determined manner. Both physical and mental strength are vital assets in this quest, and drawing support from your personal and spiritual beliefs will provide you with a solid foundation to face life's challenges. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers in history, ruled as Roman emperor from 161 to 180 AD. He was the last of the 5 good emperors and led an empire through multiple wars. Despite his power and access to all the temptations of the world, he dedicated his life to justice and fairness. His writings, known as Meditations, have become a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. In them, Aurelius offers valuable guidelines for self-improvement, focusing on adopting a cosmic perspective and critically examining judgments about oneself and others. As a leader of a vast empire, Aurelius applied Stoic philosophy to eliminate stress and maintain reliability and efficiency as a ruler. If this is your first time encountering Stoicism, I encourage you to subscribe to my channel and like this video so I can continue creating content like this. Stoicism is not just a theory, it's a deeply inspiring way of thinking and living. Stoics believe that doing the right thing is the key to happiness, and achieving this requires sound judgment and rational thought. In this video, we will explore how you can cultivate a clear mind through 5 essential lessons drawn from the teachings of Marcus Aurelius. One of the first lessons is to embrace virtue. As Aurelius said, "Explore within yourself, for a spring of goodness is ready to gush forth if you persist in your search." Virtue, understood as excellence of character, is morally sound behavior that benefits not only yourself, but also those around you. Stoicism embraces the concept of a universe where everything and everyone is interconnected, sharing a common bond. According to this view, actions that benefit the greater good ultimately benefit the individual as well. The Stoics firmly believed that those who live in harmony with reason are the ones who achieve the greatest well-being. In essence, they dedicated themselves to living virtuously, as practicing virtue is essential for flourishing. The Stoics considered the absence of virtue to be rooted in ignorance, as life circumstances often present challenges where unforeseen virtues can guide us, keeping us on the right path. When we are focused on cultivating virtues, we naturally radiate tranquility and composure. To integrate virtues into your life, it is crucial to internalize the 4 cardinal virtues of Stoicism: wisdom, justice, temperance, and courage. From the Stoic perspective, wisdom involves the ability to discern what is truly good, what is harmful, and what is neutral, guiding us to make decisions based on reason rather than emotion. It empowers us to navigate dilemmas with mental clarity, distinguishing between right and wrong. Justice, the second virtue, stems from wisdom and represents a commitment to fairness and what is morally right, not just for oneself, but for others as well. The Stoics saw justice as a responsibility that extends to society and one's relationship with others. Courage, the third virtue, empowers individuals to take action even in the face of personal fear. It involves embracing challenges for the common good, moving forward despite uncertainties about the outcome. Courage does not eliminate fear or anxiety. Instead, it is the conscious decision to overcome these barriers and continue progressing. The fourth virtue, temperance or moderation, emphasizes the importance of balance, self-control, and discipline. It calls for the exercise of restraint, ensuring that we do not fall prey to extremes in our desires or behaviors. Marcus Aurelius often highlighted the human capacity for self-regulation, which sets us apart from animals. Temperance encourages prioritizing long-term well-being over momentary pleasures. For example, indulging in a bag of fries might offer immediate satisfaction, but it could harm our health and mood in the long run. Practicing temperance involves knowing when to stop, using wisdom to gauge the right amount before continuing. Stoicism categorizes things and actions into 3 categories: good, evil, and indifference. It teaches us to pursue what is good, avoid what is harmful, and accept indifferent matters based on personal preference. To stray from virtue would be to promote harmful behaviors like stealing, disrespecting others, or acting recklessly. On the other hand, actions that are considered indifferent, such as taking a leisurely walk, do not fall within the framework of these moral principles. The Stoics believed that virtues offered more than just personal growth. They fostered a state of inner peace and composure. By aligning our actions with these virtues, we ensure that we are always moving along the righteous path, guided by reason, which leads to a calm and serene mind. The second lesson encourages us to adopt a broader perspective, which ties back to a quote from Marcus Aurelius. He advocates for looking at the larger picture and seeing things from a panoramic view. This shift in perspective is essential for achieving mental clarity. In the midst of life's chaos, it is easy to feel overwhelmed by every challenge and problem, as if the weight of the world is upon us. Imagine being part of a dense crowd. It might seem as though the entire city is suffocating in congestion. However, a small change in viewpoint can reveal an entirely different reality. In this sense, when we detach ourselves and look at the world from a greater distance, we come to realize just how small our personal struggles are in the grand scheme of things. Recognizing that our experiences and viewpoints are just one among many can be eye-opening. For instance, someone who has had a negative encounter with dogs might find it hard to understand how others view them as beloved companions. Taking the time to recognize and appreciate diverse experiences can help us expand our perspective. At times, it is important to ask ourselves what we might be overlooking or failing to fully understand. This self-assessment brings with it many benefits. Consider the decision of whether to stay in your current job or accept a new opportunity elsewhere. This can be a daunting choice, especially when you are unsure if either option will meet your needs. While your current job may provide stability, you may have reservations about the extra responsibilities a promotion might bring. The allure of a higher salary may also tempt you, but it is easy to feel trapped in this dilemma. Beneath this surface dilemma, however, are many possibilities that remain hidden from your view. Have you considered exploring a completely different field or taking on a side project that complements your current role? Sometimes diving into a passion can take your attention away from less exciting tasks. The point here is that many opportunities might be passing you by simply because you have not broadened your perspective. Adopting a panoramic view, rather than focusing solely on the immediate issue at hand, can help you make more informed decisions. Expanding your focus is crucial for forming opinions and making sound judgments. Taking a step back to consider all possible factors in a situation is key to making wise choices. This shift in perspective can also help us see the bigger picture. For example, in the heat of the moment, you might think that littering is insignificant. However, when you broaden your viewpoint to consider the consequences of such actions on a global scale, the smallness of your personal desires becomes clear. The Stoics believed that everything in the world is interconnected, and improving the world ultimately benefits our own well-being. By stepping back and adopting a global perspective, we are reminded of the larger forces at play and the responsibility we have toward the world and others. Finally, the third lesson emphasizes the duality of control, an essential Stoic concept. Marcus Aurelius teaches that true power lies not in the external events we encounter, but in how we respond to them. Recognizing the distinction between what we can control and what we cannot is a source of strength. For example, while we cannot control the weather or the problems of others, we can control our own actions and reactions. This awareness is central to Stoic practice, as it empowers us to focus on what is within our control while accepting what is not. By internalizing this concept, we can cultivate resilience and serenity in the face of life's challenges, as explained by Marcus Aurelius. He reminds us that our true power lies within our minds, not in external events. Recognizing this truth brings strength. The concept of control is all about understanding the distinction between what is within our ability to influence and what is not. For example, things like the weather, traffic problems, or the opinions of others are beyond our control. However, we have control over how we present ourselves when we leave the house and who we choose to spend time with. Therefore, whenever you encounter a situation that stirs up emotions in you, pause and ask yourself, what can I control in this moment? The aspects we can control provide us with a reason to take action, while what is beyond our control must be accepted without allowing it to disturb us. Embracing this mindset is an important part of mastering the duality of control. A key element of this acceptance is the Stoic principle of amor fati, which translates to love of fate. When you truly embrace life as it comes, with all its circumstances, you will always find yourself at peace with it. You cannot escape fate or dictate the circumstances that lie beyond your control, but you do have the choice to love your life no matter what unfolds. Take, for instance, being rejected for a job you've wanted for years. You might initially feel as though there's no way to redeem yourself in such a situation. It's easy to think that because you failed, there's no opportunity left. However, this perspective is flawed. Instead of viewing the failure as purely negative, consider what led to the result and use that knowledge to make better decisions moving forward. If you didn't get the job due to something within your control, such as a mistake or misstep, you can learn from it, improve, and try again in the future. On the other hand, if the rejection was due to factors outside your control, such as nepotism or a personality clash with the hiring manager, then the opportunity never truly existed, and there's no reason to harbor resentment. A key part of accepting fate is distancing yourself from fixed outcomes and external markers of success. For example, if you aspire to be a writer and measure your success by book sales, you're allowing external factors to define your achievements. However, if you base your success on how proud you are of the work you've done or the satisfaction of completing your project, then you are in control of your success. Striving for your goals is important, but it's essential to recognize that success may not always be realized in the way you expect. Accepting this possibility and focusing only on what you can control will bring you peace, no matter the outcome. Lesson number 4 emphasizes the importance of training your perception. Marcus Aurelius advises us to choose not to feel hurt by external events and challenges us to take control of how we perceive the world. We often judge everything around us, people, events, situations, and label them as good or bad, interesting or boring, beautiful or ugly. This habit, though largely unconscious, can drain us and negatively affect our lives. For example, if you have a difficult day and label every encounter as terrible, you may find yourself viewing the entire day through a negative lens. Such judgments influence our emotions, and often those emotions cloud our reasoning. When we interpret situations emotionally, we allow ourselves to be controlled by feelings rather than by logic. The Stoics urge us to be cautious when making judgments, advocating for a more measured and thoughtful approach. One way to do this is by challenging your initial judgments and trying to see things from a more optimistic and rational perspective. For instance, If you find a party boring, instead of viewing it as a waste of time, consider it an opportunity to explore a new environment or meet new people. Even if you don't connect with anyone, you've still approached the situation without expecting it to be negative, which helps in maintaining a more positive mindset. This method of reserving judgment and considering alternative perspectives can be especially helpful in difficult situations. As part of cultivating a Stoic outlook, you can turn obstacles into opportunities. For example, if a new colleague struggles to learn quickly and makes mistakes that affect the company's performance, it might cause frustration. However, this situation can also be seen as an opportunity to develop patience, improve your teaching skills, and learn how to integrate new people into the team effectively. These skills will ultimately benefit you in the long run and contribute to long-term success. Marcus Aurelius famously said that, "What hinders action becomes action," meaning that what stands in your way can also be the path to growth. By adjusting your perception, you will realize that life is simpler and clearer than you initially thought, and the annoyances of the past will have much less of an impact on you. Lesson number 5 focuses on learning to control your emotions. Marcus Aurelius cautions us not to let our emotions take over and override our rational thinking. Acting impulsively out of anger, frustration, or other intense emotions often leads to regret and confusion. When our emotions rule us, they cloud our judgment and prevent us from acting thoughtfully. Therefore, one of the most crucial skills you can master is the ability to control your emotions. Among all emotions, anger is especially destructive. Contrary to popular belief, controlling your emotions doesn't mean suppressing them. You can't simply ignore the anger that arises from betrayal or hurt. Instead, Stoicism teaches that you should channel that anger constructively. When you feel angry, instead of reacting impulsively, like yelling at the person who hurt you, ask yourself whether such a reaction will improve the situation or alleviate your pain. Often, it will not. Instead, consider ways to express your anger more productively, like calmly talking to the person who upset you, explaining how you feel, and attempting to understand their perspective. Alternatively, you might find peace through physical exercise, journaling, or other activities that help release pent-up emotions in a healthy way. Similarly, emotions like anxiety or fear is often something we cannot simply suppress, but instead, we can redirect these emotions in a healthier direction. Rather than letting anxiety overwhelm us, we can choose to view it as a personal challenge and use it as a motivator to take action. By acknowledging anxiety and its presence throughout the process, we can approach situations with a clear mindset. For instance, if you feel immense fear about asking your boss for a raise, this fear may prompt you to avoid taking the necessary action and let your anxiety control you. However, this doesn't have to be the only way to view the situation. Instead, fear can be expressed in a constructive manner and even become a source of motivation. Fear might cause you to think about all the possible things that could go wrong, which could help you consider all the questions your boss might ask. By preparing for these scenarios, you can develop a plan for each possible response. In this way, fear not only prepares you but also drives you to improve, making you more resilient in the face of challenges. Fear serves as a powerful force that pushes you forward, helping you prove to yourself that you can take action, even with fear as your companion. Throughout this process, you can be mindful of your anxiety, recognizing how it empowers you to continue pushing forward. When you learn how to redirect intense emotions effectively, you can achieve a sense of inner peace no matter the external circumstances. By controlling your emotions, you can maintain clear thinking, which is essential for making wise decisions and preserving your peace of mind amidst the chaos of life. It's common to feel overwhelmed by emotions, anxieties, and situations that seem beyond our control, while constantly yearning for peace and joy. Stoicism provides a timeless guide that helps us navigate these emotional labyrinths and find inner tranquility, even in the face of external challenges. If this is your first time visiting my channel, I encourage you to subscribe and like the video, as it will help me continue to create more valuable content. In this journey of philosophical reflection, we will explore how embracing the idea that disturbances don't need to affect us can lead us to genuine peace. Stoicism, with its roots in ancient Greece and Rome, offers a practical approach to life's difficulties. It teaches us how our reactions and perspectives, guided by wisdom and rationality, can shape the way we handle challenges. Throughout this video, we will dive into the key principles of Stoicism and learn how emotional composure serves as a shield against adversity. We will explore how the discipline of thought liberates us from the tyranny of uncontrollable emotions, and how detachment enables us to approach life with openness and flexibility. By studying the teachings of historical philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, we will understand how to accept reality and use adversity as a tool for growth. Stoicism empowers us to choose our responses in any situation. This ancient philosophy is not only a set of teachings, but also a compass that helps us find inner peace in an ever-changing world. Join us as we embark on a journey of self-discovery and transformation, uncovering how adopting a calm, unwavering attitude can lead us to serenity, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with grace and poise. Now, let's begin by understanding Stoicism in a deeper way. To truly grasp the core of this philosophy, it is important to build a solid foundation of its fundamental principles. Stoicism is more than just an ancient philosophy. It is a guide that helps us endure life's storms while finding peace, regardless of external circumstances. As we discussed earlier, one of the key principles of Stoicism is distinguishing between what we can control and what we cannot. Stoics emphasize the importance of recognizing the limits of our control, as much of human suffering arises from our attempts to influence things that are beyond our reach. Rather than expending energy on what we cannot control, we are encouraged to focus on what we can directly influence: our thoughts, attitudes, and actions. For Stoics, it is not the events themselves that truly affect us, but rather how we respond to them. Developing the ability to maintain a calm and controlled mind requires learning to approach situations with wisdom and rationality rather than being driven by impulsive emotions. This mindset empowers us to face adversity with intelligence and grace, regardless of how challenging the circumstances may be. Another fundamental principle of Stoicism is accepting the ever-changing nature of life. Life is full of inevitable ups and downs, and rather than resisting these changes and difficulties, Stoics urge us to embrace them. By accepting the impermanence of life, we find serenity even amidst adversity. Recognizing that change is a natural part of the human experience allows us to adapt and grow. The concept of virtue is central to Stoic philosophy. Stoics believe that living a virtuous life is the key to happiness and inner peace. By cultivating qualities such as wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage, we align ourselves with our true nature and live harmoniously with the world around us. These virtues guide our decisions, helping us to maintain moral integrity even in the most challenging circumstances. In summary, the foundational principles of Stoicism teach us to distinguish between what we can and cannot control, regulate our emotional reactions, accept change as part of life, and live ethically. By establishing this strong foundation, we can continue to explore the deeper lessons and practices of Stoicism and discover how adopting the mindset of acting as though nothing can disturb us leads to lasting inner peace and emotional resilience, no matter the challenges we face. One of the most invaluable tools in Stoicism for achieving inner peace is detachment. Detachment frees us from the grip of desires and expectations, allowing us to maintain emotional balance and serenity. Let's examine in greater detail how detachment can guide us on our journey toward emotional peace. The practice of detachment teaches us not to become overly attached to the outcomes of our actions. Instead of obsessing over specific goals or results, we focus on giving our best effort in every situation. By accepting whatever comes our way with a sense of serenity and without excessive expectations, we free ourselves from the stress and anxiety associated with the fear of failure. This mindset allows us to see every experience as an opportunity to learn and grow. Practicing detachment makes us more flexible and open to the possibilities that life presents. When we are not rigidly tied to a specific outcome, we remain receptive to new opportunities, and we can explore various paths to personal growth. This approach enables us to navigate life with greater ease, as we are not constrained by the need for control. Detachment also helps us live in the present moment, freeing us from the constant worry about the future. By letting go of anxiety about what is yet to come, we can fully immerse ourselves in the here and now. This present moment focus brings us closer to inner peace, as it allows us to appreciate the simple joys of life and find meaning in our everyday experiences. Life is filled with uncertainties and unexpected challenges. Detachment provides us with a solid emotional foundation that helps us sail through these turbulent waters with grace and serenity. By releasing ourselves from the need for control and letting go of our attachments, we are better able to navigate the unpredictability of life with confidence and composure. Practicing detachment offers a stable foundation, an emotional anchor that allows us to move through life's storms with poise and serenity. When we release the resistance and the internal struggle against what is beyond our control, we begin to uncover a deeper tranquility. This inner peace empowers us to confront challenges with thoughtful calm instead of being overwhelmed by waves of anxiety. In essence, detachment involves loosening the emotional knots that tie us to outcomes and expectations. This emotional freedom relieves us of excessive worry and enables us to embrace uncertainty with open arms. By letting go, we cultivate a mindset that is less anxious about results and more receptive to new paths, discovering peace amid chaos. To practice detachment is to adopt the attitude that nothing external can truly disturb our inner state, a core Stoic belief that calls us to meet life's changes with elegance and composure. This practice requires the discipline of thought, a foundational Stoic tool that helps us shape our inner world and cultivate a calm, balanced existence. Cultivating the discipline of thought begins with the simple but profound act of becoming aware of our thoughts. It calls us to become mindful observers of our own mental processes, witnessing how we react to situations and recognizing how those reactions shape our emotional landscape. This heightened awareness helps us better understand the roots of our emotional responses and allows us to pause before reacting. When our minds fall into patterns of negativity, the discipline of thought urges us to challenge those automatic interpretations. It invites us to question whether our perspective is skewed and encourages us to adopt more balanced and objective views. By broadening our perception, we reduce the tendency to overreact and instead respond with greater clarity. Once we recognize these distorted or harmful thoughts, we are called to actively shift them. The discipline of thought becomes a process of transformation. We replace the self-defeating narratives with rational, life-affirming affirmations. These positive mental habits stabilize our inner world and prepare us to approach life's difficulties with a composed, thoughtful mind. At the heart of this practice lies a focus on what we can control. Instead of pouring our energy into things beyond our influence, we learn to direct our attention toward our own actions, decisions, and attitudes. By releasing the grip on the uncontrollable, we preserve our mental energy for what truly matters: our responses and the way we carry ourselves in the face of life's trials. Gratitude and reflection also play a vital role in this discipline. Taking time to appreciate what we have and reflecting on our progress fosters a healthier mindset. Gratitude lets us savor the simple joys, while reflection helps us extract wisdom from our experiences. Together, they anchor us in the present and illuminate our personal growth. In summary, the discipline of thought equips us with the tools to reshape our minds into sanctuaries of peace and lucidity. Through mindful awareness, challenging harmful interpretations, and embracing gratitude, we lay the groundwork for a resilient, stoic mind. This inner strength helps us remain composed in the face of difficulty and move ever closer to a state where nothing external can disturb our peace. At the very core of Stoic philosophy is emotional serenity, the deep and abiding calm that allows us to remain composed, even in the face of emotional turbulence. This virtue reveals itself in various ways. It enables us to maintain a sense of stillness when adversity strikes, shielding us from the storms of emotional chaos. Rather than being consumed by panic or pulled into rage, we build the capacity to stay grounded and present. This composure grants us the gift of perspective, especially when navigating life's most testing moments. The Stoics understood that while we cannot control all of life's events, we do have full authority over how we respond. Emotional serenity empowers us to meet challenges with grace and mindfulness instead of reacting impulsively. This mastery over our reactions becomes a cornerstone for managing life's chaos with wisdom and calm. The Stoic perspective also encourages us to look beyond fleeting events. What truly holds weight is not the temporary pain or pleasure, but the integrity of our actions over time. Keeping this long-term view in mind helps us avoid dramatic responses to minor setbacks and instead focus on cultivating emotional stability. Emotional serenity does not merely apply in hardship. It also calls us to maintain balance in times of joy. It teaches us not to become enslaved by momentary pleasures or discouraged by pain. This emotional moderation leads to a more enduring and genuine peace, one that is not swayed by the highs and lows of life. True serenity is not about suppressing emotion, but rather learning how to respond to our emotions wisely. Through this journey, we grow in self-awareness and become capable of choosing our reactions. This conscious response nurtures a deeper understanding of ourselves and our relationship to the world. In conclusion, emotional serenity allows us to stay centered, manage our impulses, adopt a long-range perspective, and uncover a profound inner wisdom. With this virtue, we begin to live with an unwavering calm, undisturbed by the shifting tides of life. One of the most powerful tools we can use to face life's hardships is the visualization of adversity. While it may seem counterintuitive, imagining how we might endure difficulties actually strengthens our emotional resilience and prepares us to remain composed during trying times. This technique begins with anticipating potential challenges, whether it's a tense conversation, an unexpected setback, or a complex problem. Visualizing these events in advance helps us mentally prepare and reduces the element of surprise that often fuels anxiety. Once we have envisioned a specific scenario, the next step is to imagine our ideal response. We picture ourselves acting with poise, calm, and logic, even in the face of discomfort or resistance. This mental rehearsal builds the emotional muscle needed to avoid impulsive outbursts. Visualization is a form of mental training, enabling us to cultivate the Stoic response before we're even in the situation. Practicing adversity in the mind allows us to develop emotional strength in a safe space, making it easier to respond with stability in real life. Instead of succumbing to stress or anger, we train ourselves to seek solutions and stay composed. Through this process, we also begin to recognize adversity as an opportunity for growth. By mentally overcoming challenges, we build confidence in our inner strength and develop the mindset needed for personal evolution. We no longer view difficulties as threats, but as stepping stones. Additionally, this visualization practice helps ease anticipatory anxiety. When we rehearse our responses in advance, we reduce fear of the unknown and become better equipped to handle whatever arises. Our minds become calmer, more grounded, and ready for the unexpected. In summary, visualizing adversity is not about inviting misfortune, but about preparing ourselves to face it with dignity. By imagining future difficulties, rehearsing calm responses, and practicing emotional resilience, we lay a sturdy foundation for navigating life with strength and clarity. Acceptance of reality is another crucial virtue on the path to Stoic serenity. It acts as a compass, pointing us toward inner peace and emotional balance. Accepting reality does not mean giving up. It means understanding and aligning ourselves with the nature of things. Recognizing what is within our control and what is not is the first and most important step. According to the Stoics, many aspects of life are outside our influence. The weather, the actions of others, or unexpected losses, these are beyond our reach. What remains under our control, however, is our response, our attitude, and our behavior. Accepting reality means turning our focus inward toward these controllable elements. When we stop resisting the parts of life we cannot change, we begin to release ourselves from unnecessary suffering. Resisting what is inevitable only multiplies our pain. On the other hand, acceptance teaches us to let go of the internal struggle and instead embrace life as it is. It encourages adaptation rather than confrontation. This shift in mindset brings with it a deeper sense of peace. We begin to respond to life with understanding, not frustration. Rather than being caught in a constant battle against what is, we learn to flow with life's rhythm. Accepting reality is not weakness. It is the height of strength, as it frees us from illusion and brings us face to face with truth. By recognizing the difference between what we can and cannot control, we liberate our minds from the constant burden of worrying about the inevitable. We stop pushing against the immovable and in doing so, we release ourselves from unnecessary inner conflict. Resisting reality only intensifies suffering, while accepting it calls us to let go of that resistance and begin to understand what it means to adapt to life's ever-changing nature. This shift offers us deeper peace. Acceptance teaches us how to move in harmony with life rather than resisting its flow, which often leads to mental turmoil and internal wars that serve no purpose. When we fight against the things we cannot change, we drain our energy and invite anxiety into our lives. But by embracing reality as it is, we free ourselves from needless battles and learn to redirect our focus toward what we truly can influence. This redirected energy becomes a powerful force for growth, both personal and collective. It can be channeled into improving ourselves and making meaningful contributions to the world around us. Within this acceptance lies a subtle but profound beauty, an appreciation for the imperfect and the difficult. Life is not flawless. It is filled with challenges, setbacks, and imperfections, yet in these very struggles we can discover beauty and strength. Accepting reality helps us find courage in the midst of adversity and teaches us to value the full human experience. Our flaws, our trials, these are not distractions from life, but essential parts of it. They shape us, offering us lessons that no comfort ever could. By embracing these imperfections, we evolve, we grow, and we find a quiet kind of wisdom that leads to serenity. Choosing to accept life as it unfolds is the first step toward inner peace. It liberates us from the mental wrestling match against circumstances beyond our power. We come to rest in a calmer state of being, less disturbed by stress, less pulled into the chaos of fear and frustration. Serenity becomes our anchor, allowing us to face hardship with grace and calm strength. In the end, acceptance opens the gateway to a deeper tranquility. By understanding what lies within our power and what does not, by letting go of resistance, and by learning to appreciate life's imperfections, we build a Stoic mindset, resilient and calm, no matter what life throws our way. In our search for this inner peace, Stoicism teaches us to give generously and to place the needs of others above our own at times. However, we must also be cautious of the shadow side of kindness. While we live in a world where many people give selflessly, some do so to the point of draining their emotional and financial reserves, offering and giving without limits. If you're new here, I invite you to support this message by subscribing and liking the video so I can continue sharing this kind of content. The truth is, excessive kindness can put us at risk in unexpected ways. Today, we explore the hidden costs of being too good, revealing 8 consequences of excessive generosity and 4 Stoic strategies to protect yourself from being exploited. One of the first costs is developing unrealistic expectations of others. The Stoics remind us to accept people and events as they are, not as we wish them to be. When we give from a place of purity, without expecting a return, we guard ourselves from disappointment and emotional turbulence. Picture this. You invest your energy in being helpful and generous, pouring yourself into others without expecting anything back. This sounds noble, and it is, but often, beneath the surface, there lingers a quiet hope that others will meet you with the same spirit of generosity. We hope to be appreciated, to be seen, and to be reciprocated, but what happens when they don't? The problem lies in these expectations. When we anticipate that others will mirror our behavior, we make ourselves vulnerable to disappointment. It's natural to want recognition and appreciation, but the Stoics warn that we cannot control others, we can only control ourselves. Even when we strive to be completely altruistic, a part of us still hopes for some kind of acknowledgement. Unfortunately, when you become the one who always gives, others begin to rely on you to handle not just your life, but theirs too. They assume you'll keep carrying their burdens. Meanwhile, your expectations go unmet, leaving you drained, irritable, and disillusioned. True Stoic wisdom lies in finding fulfillment in the act of giving itself, detached from how others respond. That way, your peace remains untouched by external behavior. Another consequence of excessive generosity is that people may come to expect it from you constantly. The Stoics greatly valued moderation, and this principle becomes a vital tool in a world full of endless demands. Rather than giving in to everyone's requests, Stoicism encourages us to give wisely and in moderation. This way, we maintain control over our energy and avoid burning ourselves out emotionally. People are quick to adjust to comfort. When we constantly rescue others, we enable them to remain in their comfort zones without facing the hard truths or challenges that prompt growth. This isn't just bad for them, it's bad for us too. When we take on too much for others, we end up pushing our own needs aside. We become trapped in a cycle of endless giving, drained of energy and emotionally worn down. Practicing balanced generosity is key. When we set limits on what we give, we not only preserve our peace of mind, but also give others the chance to step up and take responsibility for their lives. If people get used to receiving from you all the time, they'll begin to expect it as the norm. Generosity is essential, but so is balance. Clear boundaries allow us to remain whole and grounded. When we give from a place of balance, we nourish both others and ourselves. Another serious cost of unchecked kindness is that your own priorities will begin to fade into the background. The Stoics believed in living according to reason and virtue, which includes recognizing and prioritizing your own core responsibilities. When we don't set boundaries, we often sacrifice our authentic needs in favor of others' expectations. If you constantly give yourself to other people's problems, it may be because you're trying to escape from your own inner discomfort, fear, loneliness, or unresolved pain. These emotions, emptiness, the silence that echoes too loudly, the longing for connection, can be difficult to face. In trying to avoid them, we may throw ourselves into helping others. But in doing so, we abandon ourselves. Over time, our inner voice becomes drowned out by outside demands, and when we are finally left with only our own company, the very emotions we tried to escape come rushing back stronger than before. We must realize that taking care of ourselves isn't selfish, it's necessary. Attending to our own needs is an act of preservation, not neglect. The Stoics teach us that boundary setting is not an act of ego, but a form of virtue. It allows us to live authentically and meaningfully. So next time you feel the urge to avoid your own pain by losing yourself in service to others, pause. Acknowledge the discomfort. Sit with the silence. Embrace your feelings with compassion. Honor your own needs and desires. When you begin to live from that place of self-honesty, you become a stronger, fuller version of yourself, able to offer genuine, balanced kindness to others without losing yourself in the process. Finally, another danger of being overly kind is that people may start to perceive you as weak and treat you accordingly. Stoicism encourages us to develop inner strength, self-mastery, and clear boundaries. When we allow others to overstep those boundaries, not only do we risk emotional exhaustion, but we may also send the message that our time, energy, and well-being are secondary. This perception can lead others to take advantage of us or undermine our authority. Stoicism isn't about building walls or being cold-hearted. It's about showing up with clarity, self-respect, and a deep understanding of what we can offer without losing ourselves. It's about protecting our energy so we can continue to be of service in a way that uplifts rather than diminishes our spirit. When you choose to live with authenticity, you not only develop a strong sense of internal stability, but also find yourself able to give to others in a way that is generous, balanced, and rooted in sincerity. This kind of giving comes from a place of emotional fullness, not obligation or depletion. However, in contrast, when you overextend yourself, you risk being seen not as generous, but as weak, and, unfortunately, treated accordingly. Stoic philosophy teaches us the importance of cultivating inner strength and exercising self-control through boundaries and disciplined action. When you constantly offer help without limits, you might be perceived as an authority in that domain due to your involvement. Yet ironically, the lack of personal boundaries can project vulnerability instead. Others begin to interpret your willingness to take on their responsibilities as a sign that you are someone who will never say no, and instead of appreciating your support, they start to exploit it. This can lead to a cycle of emotional and physical exhaustion where you feel perpetually overwhelmed and frustrated. But something remarkable happens when you begin to say no, calmly, firmly, and respectfully. People's perception of you starts to shift. You're no longer seen as the person who will silently shoulder any burden. Instead, you become someone who values yourself enough to establish boundaries. That simple shift is profound. It sends a powerful message. You are someone who deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. The way others see you transforms. You're no longer vulnerable to endless demands, but are recognized as someone strong, someone capable of standing up for themselves. Respect is earned not just through acts of kindness toward others, but also in how you care for and treat yourself. By maintaining healthy boundaries and exercising self-discipline, you're making it clear that your well-being matters. So, the next time you're faced with a situation that tests your limits, remember the incredible power of the word no. In saying it, you're not rejecting others, you're affirming your own worth. Interestingly, people might begin to approach you only when they need something. When you become the person who helps without hesitation, it's inevitable that others will take notice. But this attention isn't always pure. Friends who once saw you as an equal may start to view you more as a resource than a companion. Invitations to joyful gatherings or moments of relaxation may stop coming your way. Instead, they reserve your company for moments when there's a need to be met. This change, though painful, isn't shocking when viewed from a Stoic lens. People often don't invite colleagues or acquaintances to fun outings. They reserve those moments for close friends or loved ones. This shift in how you are treated can feel unfair and disheartening. You might wonder why your generosity seems to be met with exclusion. Yet, Stoicism challenges you to see this as an opportunity for discernment. It teaches you to distinguish between those who value you for your presence and those who only appreciate what you can give. The philosophy does not encourage cynicism or distrust, but rather a deeper understanding of human behavior. With discernment, you can be more intentional in your giving. You can choose to support those who truly need and value your help. This not only conserves your own energy and emotional resources, but also allows you to be surrounded by people who recognize and appreciate you as a whole person, not merely as a giver. This is how we live by Stoic values, through self-awareness, self-discipline, and purposeful generosity. It allows us to maintain peace even in the complicated realm of human relationships. When your giving becomes indiscriminate, you may start attracting people who only know how to take. Stoicism teaches that our thoughts and behaviors emit a kind of energy, a frequency that resonates with others. When we are emotionally healthy and balanced, we radiate a high vibration that draws similarly positive and generous individuals toward us. But when we give to the point of depletion, emotionally or physically, our energy falters. That low vibration begins to attract people who are themselves needy, opportunistic, and incapable of reciprocal relationships. Rather than mutual support, these relationships become one-sided, draining your energy even further. Instead of drawing people who uplift you, you begin to find yourself surrounded by those who only wish to benefit from your emotional availability and generosity without offering anything in return. The key, according to Stoic wisdom, lies in discernment and moderation. You must learn to identify when your giving crosses into the territory of self-sacrifice and begins to erode your well-being. By establishing clear limits and exercising restraint, you maintain your energy and keep your frequency high. This invites into your life those who are authentic, who appreciate you, and who are capable of mutual respect and support. In being mindful of how and to whom you give, you ensure that your relationships are grounded in honesty, integrity, and reciprocity, essential Stoic principles that promote genuine human connection. There's also a danger that you might unknowingly slip into addictive behaviors. The Stoics warned us about the risks of addiction, not just to substances, but to emotional patterns and habits that disrupt balance and harmony in our lives. When you give excessively and feel constantly drained, you may begin seeking relief through unhealthy means. Overeating, drinking, gambling, or compulsive habits can sneak in as ways to cope with the overwhelming weight of emotional fatigue. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-awareness and moderation. If someone close to you notices these patterns and expresses concern, their words may be difficult to hear at first. It's natural to feel defensive or dismissive when confronted, but the philosophy encourages us to receive such observations with humility and gratitude. These expressions of concern often come from a place of deep care. Listening to them is an act of wisdom, one that reflects your commitment to personal growth and inner strength. By accepting and acting on these concerns, you demonstrate a powerful Stoic principle in real life, taking responsibility for your well-being. This commitment not only protects you from falling deeper into destructive habits, but also propels you toward a more meaningful and fulfilling existence. Yet one of the most surprising consequences of being genuinely kind is that you may arouse suspicion rather than admiration. Stoicism reminds us to act with virtue regardless of how others may see us. When we live aligned with our principles and values, we build a reputation that is resilient, even when met with doubt or misjudgment. Still, it's a sobering truth that genuinely kind people are rare in this world. Because of that, when you show genuine kindness, people might not respond with gratitude. Instead, they may question your motives. Your goodness might not be met with warmth, but with doubt. And sadly, it often doesn't take long before your authentic intentions are misunderstood. This doesn't necessarily mean that you are surrounded by untrusting individuals. More often than not, you are simply dealing with realists, people who have learned to be cautious. Overly enthusiastic individuals sometimes mask their darker motives behind a facade of kindness, and because of this, many choose to keep their distance and reject the help that's offered. To avoid being used or taken for granted, it's important to understand how to protect yourself. One essential approach is to listen to your inner feelings. This idea aligns with the Stoic philosophy of self-awareness. Tuning into your emotions allows you to reflect on your own behavior and assess how your actions are impacting you. The Stoics emphasized self-examination as a way to better understand our responses and needs. By observing your emotional state, you can recognize if you are giving too much and wearing yourself out emotionally. This awareness helps you shift your behavior and find a more sustainable and healthy balance. Ask yourself how you truly feel when helping others. Helping others at your own expense is often seen as a noble act, but if doing so leaves you feeling drained, frustrated, or used, then you must take those feelings seriously. If something that is not your responsibility causes you significant discomfort, you owe it to yourself not to ignore it. Instead, acknowledge how the help you are offering is affecting your overall well-being. Another key strategy is to let go of your fear of saying the word no. This also reflects a Stoic mindset. It's vital to understand that your time and energy are valuable resources and must be used wisely and in balance. Saying no when you're overwhelmed or when a request seems unreasonable is an act of self-control. Although many people associate the word no with rejection or negativity, refusing certain requests is necessary for preserving your emotional and mental health. Without learning to say no, life can become filled with frustration and resentment. When someone asks more of you than you are willing or able to give, rehearse saying no. Practice in front of a mirror if necessary, and remind yourself that setting limits is the only way to reclaim your time and avoid unnecessary emotional risks. It's also crucial to recognize that you deserve your own time and space, and these should be respected. In line with Stoic values of self-discipline and personal respect, creating and protecting time for yourself is non-negotiable. Whether it's reading, drawing, practicing yoga, or simply sipping tea while listening to your favorite music, prioritize activities that nourish your spirit. Aim to finish your obligations efficiently so that you can indulge in this restorative time. Treat this personal space with the same importance as any other commitment. Schedule it regularly, whether daily or weekly. And if someone seeks your help during that protected time, they should be respectful of your boundaries. If they are not, do not hesitate to decline without guilt. Of course, if you wish to be more flexible, you can offer to assist them at another time, but always make it clear that your availability has limits, because your life and well-being matter too. Another important consideration is learning to identify and distance yourself from energy vampires. These are individuals who, whether intentionally or not, consistently drain your emotional energy. Using Stoic principles of discernment and self-discipline, evaluate your relationships carefully. Ask yourself if certain people uplift or deplete you. Distancing yourself from those who constantly take without giving back is a powerful act of self-care and emotional wisdom. If you try to help someone who thrives on negativity, it likely won't succeed. These individuals tend to dwell on complaints, misfortunes, and a bleak worldview. They often have no real intention of resolving their problems because doing so would rob them of the opportunity to complain, something they rely on. This mindset goes against Stoic values, which advocate for personal responsibility and inner strength. Stoicism also teaches that moderation is key. This applies to generosity as well. If you give too little, you may come across as stingy or uncaring. On the other hand, if you give too much, you risk depleting not just your energy, but possibly your financial resources too. Therefore, aim to find the middle ground. Balance is essential when deciding how much to give and how much to hold back. Don't hesitate to embrace the gray area, a space where you can support others while still taking care of yourself. And when you're unsure, fall back on the empowering word, no. It's a small word, but it can protect your time, your peace, and your energy. Especially beware of situations that seem to demand a rushed yes, like someone offering you a ride from a car window. Always trust your instincts. And if you found this video valuable, make sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment to let us know. Your support helps us continue creating helpful content for people just like you.